Her smile shines as bright as the stars at night. Her heart is as kind as can be. She has the patience of a saint, but if you push her, oh Lordy. A straight talker is smiley. She's the salt of the earth. Make no mistake, she matters. Catch Smiley's story on a live stream. Oh boy, that girl can matter. Go Smiley. She's Smiley, alright. She's Smiley. Make no mistake why she's here. She's Smiley, alright. She's Smiley. If you're guilty, she'll smell out your fear. Missing posters and stories of heartache and fear. She tells us all of the heartbreaking tears. She can sniff out the guilty from a mile away. If Smiley's on the case, then she's here to stay. She cares about these missing children. She cares deeply about them all. She speaks the truth with integrity. For the truth, she will seek it all. She's Smiley, alright. She's Smiley. Make no mistake why she's here. She's Smiley, alright. She's Smiley. If you're guilty, she'll smell out your fear. Smiley's questions are like a heat-seeking missile. She's going straight for the bullseye. Don't ever believe you can fool her. She's too wise, man, she won't comply. She values freedom like the 4th of July. She values respect even more. If you want to earn a place at Smiley's table, watch the clock, it takes time for sure. She's Smiley, alright. She's Smiley. Make no mistake why she's here. She's Smiley, alright. She's Smiley. If you're guilty, she'll smell out your fear. If you break her trust, you're done for. Trust don't grow back like grass. So don't give Smiley a reason to doubt you, or that friendship will shatter like glass. She's a damn good woman, that much we know. She puts in the hours to bring them kids home. If your child is missing, you want Smiley on the case. She is always willing and she gives so much grace. She's a Smiley, alright. She's a Smiley. Make no mistake why she's here. She's Smiley, alright. She's Smiley. If you're guilty, she'll smell out your fear. If you're guilty, you better feel fear.
Well, good morning, everybody. Hello, good morning, good morning, good morning. Thank you all for being here. January 7th, 2026, Wednesday, hump day, hump day. We're going to get over hump day together. Y'all, when I set this live up, I didn't realize it was so late. I had to go jump in the shower. I was like, what the freak? Oh my God. So anyway, But I'm here. I made it. I made it. And so did y'all. Thank you for being here. Hello, Janice. Good morning, beautiful. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you so much. Everyone hit that like and thumbs up button. Hit the subscribe. Go ahead. Go ahead. Hey, Raymond. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning to you, sir. Good morning to you. Hello, hello. You go take your call. Listen, y'all, take your calls, do your appointments, do all the things you need to do. Smiley's gonna be here probably all freaking day long. I got so much. I like to do the whole entire thing. Okay, but we gonna be here, honey, and I appreciate y'all being here. Again, share this out. This should be a good one. Should be a good one. I hope lessons are learned. Hello, Millie. Good morning, my beautiful Millie girl. Thank you for being here. Thank you for that copyright disclaimer. Absolutely. We need to drop that today. We got lots of videos today, and Smiley don't want to infringe up on nobody. Everybody's videos and anything that I show belongs strictly to them, and they will get credit. They will get credit. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Yep, remember that bell? Remember that bell? She's Smiley. I'm smiling. Sometimes during some of these stories, not so much, but it's okay. We got to learn, right? Hey, Susan, good morning and glad to see you. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning to you, Ruby. Thank you for being here. I hope you have a blessed, wonderful day. This month is already passing on in 2026. Good night. Good night. Y'all all better get right. This time is passing quickly. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. We have, let's see. I said hello to Millie. I don't want to miss NT1. NT1. I know Miss Inty and Miss Auntie, she's probably over there still asleep. Y'all know who I'll be talking about. I don't know if she went back to work or not. My mom, Annabella, she'll be in here probably sometime today, honey. If y'all want my mods, they are in blue. If I miss something, I will definitely be preoccupied off and on today with this stuff. This is going to be a good one, y'all. I'm telling y'all, you want to stay, you want to be here, you want to be in and out. We might even have to take an intermission. I don't know. But if you got to go pee, don't hold it. Don't hold it. Go ahead and go. Hello, beautiful Holly. Hello, hello, hello. Good morning to you, Holly. Good morning. Hello, 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 Susan. And let's see, Leslie keeping it real. Leslie keeping it real is here. Everybody, Leslie's keeping it real. We love you all. I love you all. I appreciate you all. You all are important. Just believe that. Believe that you are important to me and you matter to me. Good morning, Gypsy. I hope I didn't miss Gypsy. Good morning. I think I'm down at the bottom. If I didn't say hi to you and you're in vertical, I'm sorry. I may get on my phone, go back and forth. I'm not even sure I know which one's which when I'm on my phone, but it's okay. My mods, sometimes they'll travel back and forth, or I will post everything. You should be able to see and hear everything. First of all, I want to know how you all are doing today. I want to know how you are doing. I'm going to take a sip of my coffee. Y'all tell me how y'all are doing. And if there is any news, anything going on, any birthdays today, y'all better tell Smiley now. You better tell me now. I hope everyone's doing well. Many prayers to everybody who needs them. Raymond said he's doing good. Thank God, Raymond. I'm surprised I hadn't done unalived you by all these long lives I've started to do. I said I would never do this. Well, here I am. Never say never. Never, ever, ever. Never say never. Never's a long time. Never is a long time. Let's see. Ruby, I'm here, she said, for a bit, but we've been trying to get my sweet daddy moved to the nursing home. This has been a little hard. Oh, Ruby, I totally understand that. Been there, went through that. I totally understand, and it's hard. It's hard. And even when you go in, which was what I did, and I vetted, you know, and all that, well, I no more than got home and had to turn around and go back because whatever they did there, they couldn't keep my poor mama awake. So she ended up in the hospital, and she passed away. But the problem is, don't take your eyes off of things. Just saying. I know it's hard for you. I ain't trying to discourage you this morning. I'm just trying to say, hell, where my mama went, I went in and checked as a daughter. I thought only a good daughter would do that, especially before she left town after being there so many times. And then her people, couldn't even get in or get people to come to the door, and stood there and rung the doorbell. You talking about PS? And then the next thing I know, I'm called. She's being transferred by ambulance to the hospital again. But that's, you got to watch. I'm just saying, no deaths on no rehabilitations or no nursing homes or whatever. You got to do what you got to do sometimes. Happy birthday to all of them. And Gypsy. Is Gypsy's birthday today? Did I miss that? Is Gypsy's birthday today? Listen, listen. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to everybody that has a birthday today. Happy birthday to you from Smiley and Smiley Squad and Smiley Stories World. The family members, let's see. We love you. We love you. Yours was yesterday. Absolutely. Happy birthday. I hope it's all great. Thank you for being here. Hold on one second. Okay, thank you. Sorry, I had to tell my son something. Okay. So today, I know many of you have heard about this case, and I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it from top to bottom. It's going to be long. I appreciate you coming in, coming out, whatever you need to do. But this was a, case, Vicky White, and she was a correctional officer, and she worked her way up to assistant administrative director. Casey White was the inmate. God, he had been in so much trouble before. We're going to tell all the things. We're going to watch some clips. Sometimes these clips are short. Back then we were all on our seats. So it's always good to go back. But this wasn't a dramatic breakout or a reckless act of passion, in my opinion. It was slowly unraveling, quiet. But it was deliberate, and it ended up deadly. A trusted badge, this trusted lady, Vicky, and we all need to try to remember to be respectful to her family. She still has family out there, but she was very well trusted, very well loved, very well liked. But her trusted badge met this dangerous mind right here, Casey's, this inmate. Why this inmate? Why this inmate? Why? She was near retirement, all the things. But somewhere in the silence, those lines were crossed, lines she never even dreamed she would cross, never crossed before she was well trusted. Lines were crossed one by one. All the T's were crossed, all the I's were dotted. But what followed wasn't a love story. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Some of it may have been lust, but it was no love story. But it was a collapse of judgment, and it ended in loss. Many lives were destroyed. Hey, you don't have to be her or him to have many lives destroyed, you know. And there was victims' lives re-victimized, in my opinion. But we know here all victims matter. I want to say that, you know, they matter, belong or before the headlines, but also alongside those headlines. In these headlines, there was manipulation, there was hiding things, there was warning signs and whispers and people talking. The truth is so far more disturbing, so far more disturbing than the myth. I didn't come on last night because when I tell y'all I'm here all day, I had to write down my thoughts, a lot of them. I've changed a bunch, back and forth, but I had over 51 pages I wrote. 51 pages I wrote. 51 pages I wrote. Not counting the add-ons. Then I sat down last night and I rewatched the movie. There's movies about this. They're on Netflix. They're everywhere. Of course, there's books. It's all in the headlines. And then this morning, early, I didn't realize again what time it was. I went through all video clips that I want to play, news stuff, all that stuff. So it's no joke when I tell you we're going to be here a while. We're going to be here. But this is disturbing. And I think it's important. I think it's important for inmates, families. I think it's important for victims, families. I think it's important for correction workers. I think it's for anybody and everybody, in my opinion. But again, this is the story of Vicki White and Casey White. No relation. No, they were not married. No, there was no relation by blood or anything else. This happened in Alabama, and this will be a long one. I'm going to tell it smiley style as usual. You know, I did run a story on this when this happened, as it happened. I was very wet behind the ears, but I'm also like y'all. At that time, I sit by my TV and on the edge of the bed and watch everybody else and try to see what was going on. Would they be caught? What would happen? I don't call that really reporting. I call it we need to go back. I didn't do anything in depth back then like I'm going to do today. I was like everyone else. Hey, I'm human too. I'm still like everybody else. And I still have questions about this and other things. I'm just who I am. And I'm not going to change. But if you hadn't had breakfast yet, get your breakfast. If you hadn't had lunch yet, get your lunch. Have a pot of coffee made. Have 2 pots. We might ought to start getting, I need to go buy me an extra coffee pot. Maybe we need to get 2, 3, 4 pots of coffee made. But please hit that like button. That's free. The share button is free. Subscribe. Make sure you're subscribed. Make sure YouTube hasn't unsubscribed you. Subscribe. That's free also. And remember, take care of your heart. I hope this helps someone, anyone, everyone, somebody. Sometimes these stories are not easy, but they're worth going back. Let's try to meet some goals today. I have goals listed. And I appreciate you being here, every single one of you. I appreciate what you do. I appreciate my mods. Let's do this with respect, especially, again, for the family and the people who knew both of these people and still knows Casey. He's still up in there. Up in there, up in there. You always get caught up in there. My mods will drop all of the credits. I will put up credits. Any video that I play, anything like that, is fair use under copyright. But I will go ahead and read it again. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act. 1976 allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comments, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. So again, thank you all for being here. Before I start talking again, thank you, Holly. Woo! Thank you, Holly. Thank you so much. Let me do this for you. I'm going to try to remember to do this for y'all. I'm trying to remember to get better and better and better. We can only grow. Hey, Choochie. Hello, hello, hello. Good to see you, honey. Good to see you. We can only get better. You know, we live, we learn, we make mistakes. You know, we're only human. Before I get started, really, I am going to play a video. I got so much up here, honey. I know they're not in order. So we'll do what we can do. Just hold your horses, as I say.
And we just have a statement that we want to make, and we won't be taking any questions today. It's just a statement.
Whoops, this was Casey's family and the lawyer.
This is Connie Moore and Addison's daughter and Connie's mother. And the first thing we want to tell everybody is that they've got calls and people come to their house from overseas, media networks and places from overseas. She got a call right before she came here from one of the networks. We want to just tell everybody that they don't want to make any statements right now. That any kind of communication should come through this office. If there's something that then we want to get them involved in or get them to make statements, then we'll do that. Okay. Everybody locally, y'all know how we operate here, and we'll get it done that way. The lawyers on this case, we got a call from Connie, and they came in the office and retained us this week. I will be of counsel in this case. I've got put together, I think, one of the most outstanding team of defense lawyers in the state of Alabama. Robert Tootin's not here today. Marcus Kostowski, Nick Hesley, and Nick Law. All these young people are again seasoned criminal defense lawyers, and they'll be fighting this case. We know that we are against in this matter a very professional, a very a seasoned prosecutor. We admire him, we respect him. We know we have our work cut out for us because of that. And we respect that. We have a preliminary hearing that's coming up on June the 20th. We will be appearing before Judge Carol Medley in that matter. Judge Medley is one of the most respected judges in the state of Alabama, and we look forward to that, having the proceedings at that time. The preliminary hearing is a probable cause hearing. It is not a guilt or innocence proceeding. This will be for the escape case, not for the capital murder. This is the escape case. The preliminary hearing is a probable cause hearing. It's not a trial where you have a jury. That's where the state will have to put on enough evidence to show probable cause. We will not be putting on a defense at that time. Okay. And so that's how that will play out. There has been a lot of social media in this matter, a whole lot. Nick Law told me there was one Facebook site with 50,000 followers. Hannah Lynn told me there was a Reddit situation that was set up out there for this case. Let me say to everybody on the social media, the further you go down that rabbit hole, the less reliable your information is. Let me promise you that. Everybody in this room knows that everything's going to come out in the courtroom. This story is going to be told. It's going to be told in the courtroom. Okay?
Oh, it's going to be told far beyond.
And everybody in this room knows it because you've covered so many trials, and you know that it's going, that it will come out and it will unfold. And we do have a story to tell. We can't tell it right now, but we do have a story to tell. I promise you that. Okay. And these fine lawyers will be presented. One other thing before I go, we've had some at this office today, and in my home, I've had some threats come my way, physical threats and threats to property. And let me say this to the people that's doing that, okay, that's not going to make a damn bit of difference. All your calls and all your threats that you make, it's not going to make any difference. I've been practicing law 45 years. I've been threatened every way you can be threatened, and I've been accused about everything. So if you want to keep doing that, you just keep on doing it. It's not going to affect how we're going to represent this man right here. We're going to give him the best defense that we can possibly give. If you want to call and you want to threaten my life, or if you want to threaten whatever you want to threaten, you go ahead and have at it, okay? It's not going to affect anything we do in this case, all right? I want to make that clear, and I want to look in the camera and say that for you people that are calling and making those threats right now, okay? All right, with that, I appreciate y'all coming. Thank you very much. This is going to be we got an escape case, we got a capital murder case, we got a lot of matters going on here. It's a complicated case. It's going to go on for a while. Y'all be patient with us, and we'll be filing all kinds of motions and stuff like that. Thank these good lawyers for being with me in this matter. I trust them with my life. They're good people, and I thank y'all for being. And Robert, I wish Robert was here. Thank y'all for being here. Most importantly, we thank these people right here. They've been through an awful lot, and we're going to be with you. Okay.
We appreciate it.
And you know that. Okay, Addison. Thank you for calling about your daddy. I know y'all love him, and we're going to do what we can to protect his rights. Okay. With that, thank y'all very much for coming. Yeah, absolutely.
Did they say daddy?
Yeah.
That was daddy? Because I didn't find that.
Be a motion to change the venue.
Wow.
Absolutely.
He's probably got so many seeds spread around, he don't even know who his kids are.
The other case, the escape case, is in district court. That's the lower court. That's where you have a preliminary hearing. We'll be filing a motion for change of venue in that case when it gets up to circuit court. But right now, the case that's in circuit court is the capital murder case. And absolutely, we will be filing a motion for change of venue. Absolutely. All right. Thank y'all for coming. Thank you. Thank you. Y'all come. Thank y'all.
Okay, so that was his lawyer. His lawyer was going to defend him come hell or high water, and everybody deserves an attorney, a fair trial, all those things. I'll give him this. He was slick. So a quiet woman and a dangerous man, that was a bad mix. We're talking about Casey and Vicky White, no relation. This story is not that old. We should all remember it. This is sad, and it's a very tragic story. I wanted to cover it again. I want to bring back, things that we might have missed, things that might help somebody. We always, in my opinion, should go back. I'm just saying, if my daddy was like that man, I wouldn't be, I wouldn't be standing there in support. I would be over the DA's office at his ass or sitting there in a chair somewhere. I know they had to make it look good, too, and they wanted to. This was very serious. We're talking about Vicky. She was a corrections officer, and it was not a kidnapping. It was not a what you would call an escape. Vicky let him out. Okay, Vicky let him out. So I wanted to cover it again. I want to go back. We always should go back. Vicky, in my opinion of this story, Vicky, no relation at all. She was a seasoned correctional officer, and one inmate, which was Casey Cole White, there. So what happened? How did all this go wrong? I'm going to dig into the factual story. I'm going to dig into it. I did dig into it, and I'm going to give it to you, Smiley style. They had made plans. They sure did. Absolutely. We're going to show all that. We're going to show it. Absolutely. This is a factual story, and I don't think it's one that'll be forgotten, especially not in Alabama. Not by that corrections office either. A lot of laws changed after that. Things change. How you become a correction officer, how hard it is. It's a lot harder, and it's a lot more. We'll get into all that. People won't hear us say, ha, 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 the correction officer, this, y'all just don't know, honey. You just don't know. So let's take a look at this. Vicky, she was 56 years old. She was well respected. She was the assistant director of the corrections department at Lauderdale County Jail over in Alabama. She worked almost 17 years in corrections. Almost 17 years. I guess you can say she gave her life up for her job. And those on the inside and behind the bars, she gave her life up for it. I think she took her job very seriously. Vicky White joined Lauderdale County Jail about 17 years before her death. And we all know she died in 2022. Let me get this down because I don't know who I'm going to play next. Let's see. Okay, sorry. I know that can be distracting sometimes. So this happened in 2022. Some say that was a long time ago. It wasn't that long ago. That 3 years ago. We're just going into 26 just now. We ain't even put a footprint in 26. Period. Hadn't done that yet. But Vicky White joined them 17 years prior before her death, and she died in 2022. Again, that was a long time ago. That was way before Casey Cole White, ever entered into her life or into that jail behind those bars. Vicky did not go in, and she didn't go in as a high-ranking official. No, she didn't do all that. She worked her butt off. She worked very hard to get where she got. I don't even want to know the things she's seen, saw, heard over 17 years, but she worked her heart out and her ass off. She started at the bottom, and she started as a jail correction officer and an employee on the low end of the totem pole. You know, she did that. She completed standard local training that they had. She completed the local hiring process. She completed the background checks. And for y'all that just don't know, sometimes background checks are different. Sometimes you get background checks, they only stay in the state you're in. Sometimes you get background checks, they're whatever. They're different levels. To become, and y'all keep this in mind, I don't have to say names, but to become a correction officer, or a police or any officer like that, especially here in Florida, I'll tell you that. I'll put that little disclaimer in out of my mouth verbally. They don't just do the background checks, fingerprint you, here you go, do a piss test. You're hired as a correction officer. No. They do a deep dive, high level background check. And they will find anything and everything in your past. It don't matter if it's 1 year, 30 years, 50 years. It don't matter if you forgot about it. It don't matter if you're the most upstanding citizen or not. They do it. One thing that disqualifies you, period, is any false reports on that background check. Now, not to say they don't hire people who's been in trouble. It depends on what it's for, depends on how long it's been, and all that. But if you absolutely have any falsified information or false anything, charges or anything like that, nope, absolutely not. You're not going to become a correction officer. But she did. And slowly over the years, she worked herself up. She worked herself up high. She proved herself. That's another thing. You got to prove yourself. She proved herself. She got her raises based on her rule following. She got her raises based on her reliability. She got her raises based on her willingness to take on responsibility. She worked. My license is federal with, yes, background check. Absolutely. People believed in Vicky. They trusted Vicky, and people saw her as no problem. She was steady. She was strong. She was ethical. There was zero evidence before or during her time that she had done anything wrong. There was no political past. There was no favors given, no special treatment, no help in starting to get her job. You know, she went in there, she took her test, she did everything she's supposed to do, the physical, and she worked her butt off. I will give her that, and I will not take that away from her. Nor will I take that away from any officer or corrections officer. People who worked with her saw her, though, as very private, but they loved her. They saw her as very private. They saw her as quiet. She was reserved. She was very structured. She liked structure. They said she was not socially flashy. She was not adventurous. None of that. Let them. Hello, honey. Good morning. Let them. Love you. Thank you for being here. Good morning. I hope your day is going wonderful. Hello. Thank you for being here. But she saw corrections as a stable job for her. Her mom worried about her because it was dangerous and they were scared what she was getting into. But she saw this and this job, and it's true. Listen, corrections ain't going away. It is a stable job. It's gonna be there forever, honey. You can go anywhere and get a corrections job. And you work your way up. You work hard, but you got to be trustworthy. You got to do those things. But Vicky saw this as a stable job for her, and she saw it as long-term benefits. She saw it as a career. And people wasn't sure she was going to make it, but she did. 17 years. This is not going out of business. That is a good business to be in if you can tolerate it. There's a lot of bad things that go on behind bars. There's all kinds of people back there. But for someone like Vicky, corrections was not about her status. It was not about her power or having power or status. It was about order and security. She lived a very modest life. She didn't travel much. She didn't have a big social life. She worked very, very hard. She got lots of awards, certificates. She did all that as she moved to the top assistant director of corrections. She was responsible for inmates, male inmates, their movement. She had a lot of responsibility. She had a lot of decisions. She was in charge of decisions of transporting, scheduling, all the oversight procedures. She did all that. Everybody looked to her. Everybody called her. Everybody said her phone was ringing constantly. She never complained. I had to laugh. There was one girl on there, though, a coworker said, she'd fuss before she picked up that phone. But when she picked up that phone, it was, "Hey, this is Vicky." She knew how to control her emotions. She never let them show. All of her supervisors, her higher ups, they trusted her. She never had any disciplinary actions or write-ups, zero. She had no record. She did not cause trouble. She made no waves anywhere. She followed all the rules until she didn't. Actually, because she followed the rules so good, she had a great reputation for compliance, and that allowed her more trust and more freedom. But don't get it wrong. She didn't join to break the rules. That was not her intentions. She was not reckless. She had no misconduct, no record. And even when she was out of work, she stayed pretty much to herself. But she screwed up big time. We all know that. But that came later on. real close to her retirement. And I mean real close to her retirement. Now, I mean, who want to screw up their retirement? Listen, I think the Thursday before this happened, the day before this happened, she put in for her retirement. I don't know if she thought, I don't know what she thought. Maybe just to make it look like that. But she started to give things away. She started to tell people she was leaving. She did actually put in for her retirement. But you're not going to be somewhere a long time. Not anybody, in my opinion, on a job, a career, and screw up something before your retirement. Nobody does that. She did it. She did. So she had a clean record. You know, she's got this job with good benefits. It was steady, lots of overtime. She worked it. She answered the phone. She was on call. She did what she did. Everybody looked up to her. But she was very close to retire. I'm not going to wait all them years and do something really stupid like this. Not over somebody like that. Just saying. I don't know why him. I don't know why this inmate. Because she's had many years with many inmates. We're probably never going to know the answer. I'm not going to take a risk if I'm by retirement. I don't think nobody else will either. Yeah, Holly, that was one reason. I think one reason. But she screwed up. She screwed up all that. Something happened here. But it had been going on for a couple of years, like 2, possibly. It took strategic planning. She could have stopped at any time. She could have. She didn't lose everything. She lost her life. She lost her life. You know, when people trust you, that means the world and everybody trusted her because they did. But when somebody trusts you, that means everything. And if you break that trust, man, you just can't do that. You may never get that trust back again. And when people love you, that's everything. People loved Vicky. People loved her. She had a family. She was married at one time. We'll get into that. Vicky was married. She once was married. I don't know if any of y'all know that, but yes, that matters. She was married. And that's kind of important, I think. It's important to know. But they got divorced because Vicky wasn't putting up with his nonsense. From my understanding and my research, he got into the drugs. Ironic, isn't it? Ironic. But at one time, she was married many years ago, many years before that. He had nothing to do with this. Hey, Becky. Oh, it must have been something special, all right. And by the way, he's 6'9" and over 300 pounds. Just saying. For those that don't know. 6'9" and over 300 pounds. But it was very important to understand Vicky and her ex-husband. Her ex-husband had nothing, zero to do with this, to do with what happened. That ship had sailed many years ago, many years before this crime ever happened or took place in any way, shape, or form whatsoever. Law enforcement even said he was not in any way, shape, or form involved. Nobody knew about this. Nobody. He's a private person. Nobody should ever bother him. He does have children, and thank God the media cautioned themselves and kind of protected him and his name and all that kind of stuff. He just kind of faded out the wayside. And that's very good, very quietly. But their marriage ended probably 20 years prior to even all this. He had nothing to do with nothing. He didn't know about nothing. He had his own life and his own family. Nothing to do with nothing. And Vicky was still a good, hard worker. She believed in justice. She believed in truth. She was trusted. She got focused, and she was focused on her job. She, stayed to herself. And like most, the right things is what she focused on. She could have had any of that time to screw up, any of it. But she didn't choose any of that time to screw up. She chose 17 years later with this inmate right here, and she chose to blow up her life, her career, her retirement, her family left behind. She had the key, not him. She had the key. There was no recent breakups that she had with her husband or in her past, or breakups that included DV. None of that. Some people assume, sometimes they assume too much, they assume all of those must have played a part in this. And in fact, they did not. She never had children. Her work is what she had. Her work. She loved her work. She seemed to love her work. All of those who was talked to or confronted by the sheriff, there was many. There was many news outlets. People wanted to know. They wanted to believe she didn't do this. They didn't understand. She did have a lot of isolation. People don't understand to this day. When you're a CO, that's your life. That's your life. You focus on your job, and it's to keep people inside, of course, not outside. It's to keep people inside and outside safe. It's your responsibility. It's to do no harm. The truth is in real life. The divorce rate among correctional officers are very high. They're very high. It's about a 70% divorce rate in correctional officers. But it's just like anything else. You take an oath. You are by all means a officer of the law. It's like any other job. You work your way up. You either like it or you don't. But you do what you have to do. Doctors have to be on call 24/7. Nurses, people that do the instruments, that sterilize them, the operating room, firemen, you name it. There are so many professions out there, and it has to come first. But that's why there's such a big divorce rate, because with that work takes a lot of responsibility. It takes a lot of concentration, because lives could be lost. And I'm not just talking about this, what she done. I'm just saying it's not easy. You have to do counts. You have to do counts a lot. You have to do the right things. You have to have integrity. You have a lot of shift work. You have a lot of nights, weekends, holidays, doubles. I know here in Florida, overtime is mandatory. mandatory. She her husband, other husbands, other wives, they feel left out with people with this kind of career. They feel like single parents if they have children. It doesn't matter if they're moms. It doesn't matter if they're dads. And it comes with a lot of responsibility, more than people realize. You see things you cannot unsee. Sometimes you just have to shut down your emotions just to survive, so you can have any conversation, but you shouldn't even be having short, sweet, long conversations with these inmates, because they will size you up. They will size you up. But COs, they witness more violence, more things you can imagine, more than they need to see. A lot of people get PTSD. A lot of people's not even, what do you call that? Diagnosed. Hey, Carol. Hello. Good morning. Thank you all for being here and coming in, everybody. Please make sure you don't forget to hit that thumbs up. We're talking about Casey and Vicky White out of Alabama, the inmate who was let loose by Vicky, and they went on the run. We know the story from 2022, but today Smiley's getting into all of it. We're going to be here all day. I'm just going to tell you, be prepared. Get all the things you need. But they see a lot of abuse, not happiness. That's the inside one of those things. Look, you're not just an officer. You're not just an employee. Them bars shut behind you, clink, as they shut behind them inmates. You're locked in for hours and hours upon hours. And sometimes you feel helpless. Sometimes, like I said, you get PTSD and you're not even diagnosed with it. You're always having to second guess, and it just spills over on your life. It should never spill over on your life. Because the uniform comes first. The person second. The person being her, I mean. Everything else for yourself, it's your job. It becomes last. See, the system, sometimes 1,000 people are up in them pods or cells. Sometimes only 1 or 2 people can be responsible for all of them. It's not an easy job. Inside those cells are insane in themselves. They don't have a very safe place for you. There might be a little break room. I don't know. I think they need, in my opinion, I think they need more mental health support. And I think probably after this case they got it, a lot of stuff has changed. They need more mental health support, more one-on-ones. That's just my opinion. As far as I know, Vicky, that was her only job. As far as I know, as far as I can find in my research, she got it very young when she got out of school. I think somebody introduced it to her. You know, Alabama's a small town, and she was in corrections all that time. I could be wrong on if that was her very first job or not, but she was serious. She wanted that job. She was serious. She got it. She had no time for anything else. 24/7. She was ready for everything, any emergency she was ready for, anything, because emergencies could happen at any time. You never know in those places. She really had no hobbies. They said she didn't really have any relatives. Now, my understanding is through one of the cops said she lived with her mom and her dad. Okay. But they were elderly. Now, whatever it was, she was pretty much alone with her going to work, coming home, going to sleep, maybe after doubles, working holidays, all those kind of things. This story was a high profile case, but it was more than that. It was heartbreaking for her family, for his family too. But his family always said he was a little punk. I'm just going to say that. And we'll get into it. Let's watch another video. I got many today. Hold on.
I'd like to introduce people who've been involved in this since yesterday, and that's Gabe Guerrero. He's the Great Lakes Task Force Deputy Commander. Southern Indiana U.S. Marshal Dan McClan. Steve Lockyer, our coroner. Chief Billy Boland. Assistant Chief Phil Smith. And ISP Justin Bean, who's part of our task force. As everybody knows, we're here today because we were seeking out this particular fugitive from Alabama who had been in on a capital murder offense and had been in Evansville for approximately 1 week. We were fortunate to have cooperation from law enforcement from Alabama, Mississippi, our U.S. Marshal Task Force, which is comprised of members of the Sheriff's Office, the Indiana State Police, and the Evansville Police Department, and the U.S. Marshal Service. Because of all the resources, we received a lot of tips. We got some good surveillance videos that showed a pickup truck that had been left at a car wash, and then a subsequent vehicle that they took and escaped in from the car wash, which was a Cadillac. We recently found out that they'd been staying at a hotel down the road here. It used to be a Motel 6, and now I think it's changed names, and they had a 14-day stay there. We were fortunate that during our investigation yesterday, an Evansville police officer who was just doing his good diligence of patrolling and being smart noticed the vehicle in the parking lot of the hotel and notified us immediately. So the task force members got together, they drove down there, set up surveillance on the hotel. Soon thereafter, the two suspects exited the hotel and fled out of the hotel parking lot northbound on US Highway 41, turned in at an industry known as Anchor here in Evansville. They went through the parking lot, went through a grass field. The members of the U.S. Task Force basically rammed the vehicle and pushed it into a ditch. And we later found out, had they not done that, the fugitive was going to engage in a shootout with law enforcement. So by our quick thinking, our actions, sometimes people may call that unnecessary action, but that action may have saved many of my deputies and fellow law enforcement officers' lives. And that's why I represent the Sheriff's Office. I want to bring my people home, and I don't care about the fugitives' lives if it protects my people's lives. And here, I commend them for a job well done. They knew they were going up against a dangerous felon, a murderer, and we have photos of the weapons that were located in the vehicle. There were at least 4 handguns, semi-automatics, 9mm, and this is known as an AR-15, which shoots a .223 caliber round. So any one of these weapons could have been used to ambush our officers while they were attempting to capture a murder suspect. So I commend them for the quick and aggressive action. It probably saved a lot of chaos by doing quick action there.
And Casey had
Once the
nothing to lose.
vehicle
We'll get to all
crashed,
that.
The female suspect shot herself. The male suspect gave up when we approached the vehicle. They were both taken out of the vehicle. Life-saving measures was attempted on the female, but she suffered a grave injury and subsequently died at the hospital last night. We interviewed the suspect for quite some time. I don't want to get into all.
Listen, you know, they're confirming there, and it was confirmed through different things that absolutely, yes, she took her own life. Okay. And we're going to get to all that. I got a lot to say about a lot today. They have the body foot cam. They have all that stuff that they've released. But anybody telling you they have her at the hospital, no, they don't. If they do, show me privately, but they don't. The reason I say that, there was a couple of documentaries out. I want to get this out of the way. I watched one last night just to kind of refresh on it. I don't think it was in the one I watched, but I know my husband watched one the night before. And in that one, it like showed him screaming, is his wife still alive at the hospital and this, that, and that. No, none of that. Okay. Just saying. Last night it was brought to my attention. One of my people thought that there was another inmate that was killed or that was with them or, all of that. No. That was all rumor. It was Vicky and it was Casey. That's it. Vicky and Casey. Anything else? Rumors. Okay. Just letting you know. And we'll get to all that.
The details of that, because some of that may be used against him, but we have him presently in our Vanderbilt County Jail. He signed a waiver of extradition to go back to Alabama. I've notified the sheriff there, and they are going to make arrangements to pick the suspect up and return him to the state of Alabama. Due to safety and security measures, we won't be divulging that to you. It won't be a public spectacle. When he leaves, they'll go out a hidden exit, and it won't be for public display. So we won't divulge a date and time when the Alabama authorities take the prisoner back to Alabama. Once again, I can't shout out enough praise to all the law enforcement here in our community for the hard work that they do. The task force, I was asked by a member of the media this morning if this was like an odd occurrence, and it's certainly not an odd occurrence. We arrest dangerous felon subjects every single week. We've been involved in multiple shootings in this community. We've shot people, we've been shot at. So this is law enforcement. This is today's law enforcement. It's a very dangerous occupation. So I hope the public realizes what we do is dangerous, and we have to take action to protect ourselves so each and every one of these fine men and women go home to their family and their loved ones, and we don't let the criminal win the war. So I appreciate you being here. That pretty well wraps up what I have to say. We have multiple members here. If anybody wants to add to what I said, you're welcome to do that. Or if anybody has questions they want to ask off this, go ahead. Yes, sir.
Two questions, Sheriff. First of all, we know that Vicki White had $90,000 in cash with her. Have you located that money?
Yeah, we got a photo. They had about $29,000 left over. Here's a picture of the money that was left in the vehicle that we counted last night after we inventoried the vehicle.
And my second question, sir, James, the owner of, or the manager of the car wash who first called police about the truck, will he be receiving the $25,000 reward?
Now, I don't know anything about the reward money.
Is there anyone here who could address those? Because it seems like he sort of solved it.
Yeah, and but that would be something that we'll deal with. Right now, that's not on our radar.
How did they get the F-150 and the Cadillac?
What's that?
How did they get the F-150 and the Cadillac?
They purchased the F-150 and drove it here. And where they got the Cadillac, I'm not sure. at this moment.
Do you have any idea what they were doing here for?
Well, I think he said that he was just trying to find a place to hide out, lay low, and they thought, they'd driven long enough that they wanted to stop for a while, get their bearings straight, and then figure out their next place to travel.
Did you get any indication that they were visiting anyone potentially at this hotel?
No, we don't believe they have any relatives, friends, or acquaintances in Evansville, Vanderbilt County.
Is there any dash or body camera video of the incidents yesterday?
There may be some dash or body camera video. We haven't got that far yet for examining and releasing that.
What about surveillance from the motel?
And there may be, but like I said, that's a lot further into our investigation.
Sheriff, can you please speak to James Stinson, who called apparently on Tuesday to report not only the truck, but also the scene images of Casey White with tattoos on his arm. He was told, there's nothing we can do right now. It's not reported as a stolen vehicle. Those were his words. Why did it take so long to get a response?
Okay. Well, here, I'll let the police chief answer that.
So I'll back up just a little bit. On May 2nd, we had an officer on the evening of May 2nd proactively driving through lots, and he was running plates just to see if they were stolen. He actually was the first one to run this plate on the evening of May 2nd, and it didn't come back stolen, didn't return anything. On May 4th, we got the call to the car wash, and the first officer went out, and the caller was not on scene when the officer was there. We do have body camera footage of the officer running the plate, looking in the car. He ran the VIN number, and then he left because it was an abandoned vehicle that we can't tow that. It would have to be 48 hours at the owner's request of a place before we can tow it off private property. But the owner of a residence can choose to have it towed on their own. He called back a couple hours later and had not seen the officer on scene, so we sent another officer back out, met with him. The second officer that went out also ran the info and explained the process to him, that we would have to wait 48 hours before we could tow it, but if he wanted to tow it on his own, he could. And that's when they towed the vehicle, was on May 4th after that second run. From everything we've seen, there was no mention that this was connected to Alabama. On the 911 gives hope, or 911 audio, there was no mention that it was connected to Alabama. So at that point last week, there was no tie at all to this being involved with anything out of state. There was no mention to it being connected with them. So it was just an abandoned vehicle for us at that point.
Did Casey White why he stopped at the car wash?
No, there was no reason. He just happened to pull in there. I think he's going to try to ditch the vehicle there.
Can you clarify the 14-day stay? They were only gone for about 11 days, but you said a 14 day.
That he had paid for 14 days to stay at the hotel.
In advance?
What's that? Yes. Uh-huh.
Sure. Did he give you any sense of an end game? Did they have somewhere they were headed to?
Say that again?
Did he give you any sense of an end game? Please.
So look, they had been planning this. Vicky sold everything, or she gave away everything she had. She had been saving cash. When they went into her house, they found that, the bank statements, she had been making large withdrawals. She bought a car to escape in. She did all these things while going to work, knowing this was going to happen. In my opinion, again, she could have stopped at any time. But that didn't happen. And they just said they paid for a 14-day stay at this one motel. 14 days. They expected to at least be there 14 days and to carry on. And I've got videos, or you're going to hear different calls and stuff. It's strange how all this fell out, but it happened, and it happens, and people have to be trusted. She was trusted. Oh, thank you, Let Them. Thank you so much. Woo! Let Them. Thank you so much, Let Them. I appreciate you. You rock, and you're amazing yourself. We all love you here. Thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate you. This one, that's why I didn't come on yesterday, was not easy to research, to try to get the facts. And then last night, oh God, I was so tired. I kept yarning, but I did watch the movie just to kind of refresh. Some things in the movie is not correct, but it doesn't matter. There's different documentaries, different movies out there. It still should be seen, in my opinion. Also, this morning I got up and I had over 50, I think it was literally 51 pages. I don't know that I'll use or say all of it. I sway a lot. But it was so much in my head and in my thoughts yesterday. This happened in 2022. This was something I think and I hope people can learn from today even. It's always good going back.
No, they said they were just trying to contemplate where they could go and kind of be discreetly away from the public's eye.
Did they have any disguises? Did they have any disguises with them?
Wigs. They had multiple wigs.
Sheriff, presumably he was in this area since what day? We're in this area presumably since May 3rd, almost a week. What other interactions have you been able to trace? If they were here that long, I'm sure that there were other businesses or whatever that they would have.
Well, to that point, just like yesterday, there's hundreds of tips that come in. Someone claims they've seen the suspects, but we've had people claim they saw them in Richmond, Indiana, and we just go through every single tip. But from my standpoint, we've got the case solved. We've got a person deceased, and we have another person in custody headed back to Alabama. That's my concern.
Hey, Sheriff, when we hear that when he was getting pulled up, when he was coming out of the car, he said, my wife was dead and I didn't do it. Do we know if that's true, and were they married?
They were not married. They shared the same last name. And our preliminary investigation, we don't believe he shot her. But once the coroner examines the body through a pathology, he can make a determination of that.
And not only did it come out there, it did come out. No, he did not shoot her. She shot herself.
Showed that arsenal of weapons
Yeah.
inside the car. Did he express in your interviews with Casey any desire to do that?
Yes. He said that he was probably going to have a shootout at the stake of both of them losing their lives.
They have a plan? Were they trying to get somewhere? Obviously, he wanted to escape.
Their plan was pretty faulty. They're criminals. Their plan was faulty, and it failed. Thank God.
Say anything about why she shot herself?
Well, no. And once again, what was going through her mind, I have no idea.
Sheriff, if you didn't express how long that relationship had gone on between you two?
And that's under our investigation. We're not going to divulge that right now.
Sheriff, did he express any remorse for her death?
No.
Did you get the sense they were actually doing this together and was not forcing her in any way?
Right. No, he was not forcing her. It was a mutual relationship.
Sheriff, can you clarify where?
No, he didn't do it. That's one thing he did not do.
We'll let the coroner talk about that after the pathology this afternoon.
When is that coroner's report expected?
Well, we think this afternoon.
Well, we're going to initiate this afternoon.
Yeah. The autopsy will be conducted this afternoon, and they'll put a report out when they're ready.
Hey, Sheriff, if you don't know how they got covered, how did you guys know to look for the Cadillac?
No, we saw the Cadillac in surveillance video at the time they ditched the pickup truck, and then they left in the Cadillac.
Is he cooperating with you basically charges here?
We're not going to charge him here. He has much more serious charges in Alabama, and we want to get him down there and let them take care of that.
Were any drugs found, Sheriff?
We haven't found any drugs of any significance.
Sheriff, you run a jail. How do you feel that somebody that works in a jail, or not in jail, but somebody that works in a jail did this?
Well, it's certainly an unpleasant thought. It's kind of shocking that somebody would do that. But remember, they're human beings, that they have their own minds, and for whatever reason, that they've developed some type of relationship. And so it's startling, but, you know, they're humans, make mistakes.
Sheriff, how many law enforcement vehicles were damaged?
Maybe 3 at most. And that's a small price to pay to stop a murderer.
Were any officers hurt?
Just one had a slight head injury from banging his head inside the vehicle, but he's okay now.
Where did she get the gun that she used on herself?
What's that?
Where did she get the gun that she used?
Well, I have no idea. If we should have had one from our agency, they could have stolen some, they could have bought some, and that's where we're going to piece all together. And if you want to look, here's the pictures of the vehicle. Here's his and hers vehicle here. And this was a ditch that really nobody knew, including the suspects. But this ditch actually helped us in the pursuit, because as they forcefully ran the vehicle, it turned over on its side, and that disrupted his plan to try to have a shootout with law enforcement. And he even
yes, they are, Holly. Unfortunately, they are more common than people think.
I know things like this don't happen very often.
Right.
Can you speak to that, just kind of what this was like for you? Department, as well as maybe really want to try and get here the members of the police department, and maybe a collaboration between everyone here.
Well,
But I'm going to say you're putting your risk at yourself at risk for going to prison when you do
like in Posey County, where a deputy was shot in the head. You can be in New York City. You can be in Evansville, Indiana. Crime is everywhere. Unexpected crime, violent crime is everywhere. So we never go to work thinking we're not going to encounter an unusual or serious situation.
Quite a long time. Is there any indication at all that maybe the court or someone who works there, if it was them? I mean, this is a nationwide manhunt. Could they possibly be running?
Well, I mean, we don't have any reason to believe that right now. But once again, we're less than 24 hours in this investigation. We have a lot more of the puzzle to put together.
Well, how many days was the surveillance at the hotel?
Just yesterday. Yeah, yesterday. A very short window of time.
Was Casey White injured yesterday?
He had a couple bumps and bruises from the crash.
Sheriff, can you confirm that there's Facebook video that was circulating at a side angle of the arrest actually taking place? Can you confirm that it was Casey White in that video?
I haven't seen the video, but Casey White was at the scene, so you got that for sure.
Also, can you get JPEGs of those posters and we can actually have a digital version of that you were showing us?
Possibly, yeah.
Sure. What was the approximate time after the crash that Vicky shot herself?
I think it was almost instantaneously. Before our deputies and task force members got to the vehicle, she shot herself.
I know you said it used to be a Motel 6, and you say the actual name was the
Yeah, I got it written down here. So. Motel 41. Yes, probably less than a mile south of here.
North, Dave, it's actually to your left.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. I apologize. To the left. I'm sorry.
Oh, was that F-150 pre-purchase?
I always say that
She had
left.
bought that vehicle.
That right.
Yes.
In Tennessee or Alabama?
I don't know where she may have bought it in the state of Tennessee. I'm not sure.
But did she die? Did she purchase it ahead of the escape? Like
No, I think after.
The marshal said that car was actually purchased by Casey White for $6,000 in Tennessee, same day they escaped. Is that not accurate?
That's probably accurate.
Sheriff, can we see your hold the shot of Casey quickly?
That's all right. Everybody okay with that?
He was 6'9", over 300 pounds.
And I know you've asked a lot of questions, and as the sheriff, I think they're good media-related questions, but we're trying to take dangerous people off the street, and so a lot of the where they bought the car and where they did this and that is a minor concern versus us getting them off the street and making our community safe. Now, this investigation will go on maybe for weeks, and we will uncover things in the future that we don't have at this time. But like you say, we're less than 24 hours from the time that we were involved in pursuit and a serious crash and somebody losing their life.
Sheriff, which agencies are involved in the investigation at this point?
Several. We have the United States Marshal, the Indiana State Police, the Evansville Police Department, the Vanderbilt County Sheriff's Office, many members of law enforcement from Alabama, Mississippi, some members of the FBI, and probably agencies in between. So there's plenty of agencies involved.
Sheriff, is someone in law enforcement or any of the people behind who are involved in your mind, what without your assistance, 17-year veteran, corrections officer, how did that help this take so long?
I'm not understanding your question.
As someone involved in law enforcement, Vicky White is a 17-year long corrections officer. Presumably, that had something to do with why it took so long, over a week, 11 days, for this to come to an end. I'm asking, with her expertise, have contributed and how?
No, that has absolutely no merit to what went on. Zero.
Sheriff, I'm sorry. The photos that you're releasing today, are they going to be posted on your Facebook page or?
We'll have photos available for media later. Yes. Does anybody else need comment? Anybody have anything you want to say, or anybody have any questions of the other law enforcement leaders here? No, not to see the vehicle in person. No. What's that? I don't know if we do. If we do, we can maybe release that. That's not a big deal. It's a wig, a standard wig. This? Oh yeah, sure. You guys want to take those over there?
Sheriff, I know it's a weird question. Was it a black wig, long, short? What was she wearing?
I think there was multiple wigs, like maybe reddish and blonde. Yeah, you wouldn't look good in it. Well, we thank you. If anybody needs any other questions from anybody, everybody will be mingling around for a while. And once again, keep in mind, less than 24 hours, there's a lot of questions that won't be answered.
Okay, so yeah, she had several wigs. There was a black one, but I don't know if they found a black one or not. They found the red, the blonde. She did have different looks. She prepared. She definitely, absolutely prepared. This was planned. It was not planned in one day, but it was planned, however. And she had already led a very quiet, low profile, private life. You know, she did have extended family, but none of them spoke to the media. Later on, I found one where her mom was speaking. They didn't show her mom's face. Some thought her mom was dead. That it was not the case. But for Vicky, she was already quiet. She had a small circle. You know, the people at the jail, the girls said that they was going to a party one night. It was a sex toy party, but ended up talking. Vicky ended up going, and it was like, what? They didn't believe it. I mean, she was just so quiet. She kept to herself and all these things. But I think once she got involved with Casey, in my opinion, she didn't care. It was kind of odd to me though, because he was getting high in jail on the meth and all the things, and that's what caused her divorce in the first place with her first husband years and years and years and years ago. You know, she was not a lawbreaker. She was very trustworthy. You know, all of those things. And everybody saw it in her. They trusted her. They thought highly of her, even before, during, and after. But Vicky, you know, she lived with her mom. She cared for her mom. So she was a caretaker. There were some people in the jail that even called Vicky mom. She was just that type of person, you know. But, you know, she had no real attachment. She didn't have, look, she did this, so did he, but of course we'll get into him in a minute later, more than a minute. But her mom, she must not have had no real attachment. She just, I guess, kind of too, when you're a corrections officer or anything like that, you kind of have to shut off your emotions. But her mother was later caught speaking. We'll talk about that. They showed her from the waist down, but we know who she is. But please leave these families alone. There's no sense in it now. They went through enough turmoil, every one of them. Vicky, she looked strong, they said, on the outside, but on the inside, she was really weak. She was vulnerable, in my opinion. So looks are always deceiving, if you ask me. And, it matters. It matters, some of the littlest people come in small packages, but she looked healthy. She looked good. She looked strong, but evidently she was broken. Vicky was born and raised in Alabama. She grew up in Florence, Alabama. In North Alabama, that's where she spent most of her life. She came from a working class family. She was not rich. Her family was not rich. She worked for everything she had until she didn't. She wasn't even really known. That was such a small town. She was known by them. But she wasn't known until this became public, until this happened. And then this was all over the news. This was everywhere. Now, allegedly, her father wasn't in her life. However, there is one place where I found that when the cops did go out to her home just to see if, after she didn't return to supposedly, she was supposed to be taking Casey to court and to a mental evaluation, which all of that was a lie. And she didn't return, and they had to call in more higher ups. They went out to the house, and her father was there allegedly. So I don't know if that was her stepfather or her father, but that is kind of irrelevant. But I don't know. It may have been her stepfather. I'm thinking her real father might have passed away when she was young, but I'm not sure about that. I'm not going to tell you something I'm not sure about. But again, there was no evidence of abuse ever in her household either. No criminal activities, no DV, and none in her past. She was the caretaker, for her mom. She to the inmates. She was called mom. They all say, her fellow co-workers, the inmates, they all say she was good. She was good to all of them. They tried not to drag the private family into it or all of that. The outlets, in my opinion, they did act responsible. The media was responsible, in my opinion, in this case. And it didn't cross those lines that some do. But she still lived her life quiet, modest. Sometimes parts of her life and her story that was told, I'm not sure it really shaped her, but maybe it did. I don't know. When all this happens, Vicky still lived, and she still worked in Alabama. She worked at the Lauderdale County Jail. I can't wrap my mind around Alabama may just do it different. All these charges he already had went to court. He already had 75 years. He was going on another pending case, yada, yada, yada. I don't know why his ass wasn't in prison instead of jail. But that's just my thought. Everybody does everything differently. Everybody. But this was Lauderdale County Jail in Alabama. She was fixing to get her retirement. She was fixing to retire. Although she did travel some, and I mean some. She didn't travel much. You know, they didn't have her going to multiple states. They didn't trace any of that back. So this tragedy took place in Evansdale, Indiana, where they were finally caught. That's where they were finally caught. At that time, they traveled. They changed cars, I think, twice. You heard them say she had one car. Maybe that's what the money bought. I don't know, but they had two. By all accounts, by all people that knew Vicky, she was very trustworthy. She was a decent human being until she wasn't. And they didn't know she wasn't until that afternoon. Before we get into all that, though, we'll just take a minute break if y'all want to take a break and go to the bathroom real quick. But I'll tell you again what I know and as I know it. And we got many videos to watch. And I'll tell you as truthfully as I can. At least what's public anyway. What's now available. You know, this will be a great time to hit the thumbs up button. Make sure you're subscribed. Share to any platform you want. Like it, save it. That's all free. If you want to email me, please email me. My email is smileystory, SMILEYSTOREY, the number 2, the letter U, at yahoo.com. If you want to donate, donate. If you can't, I understand. Super stickers are appreciated. Memberships are appreciated. Cash apps appreciated. I just want you all here. I want you to hear this story. I think it's important. I think it's very important for many. So let's take a quick break. I'm going to go to the potty myself, and we'll be back in 5 minutes. Thank you, y'all. I'm back now. I had to go to the potty myself. I hope y'all went to the potty. I also grabbed me a cold Dr. Pepper out of the refrigerator, even though I got my coffee here. I appreciate you all being here. Thank you. Now, let's get into the Casey part of this. Casey White, Casey Co-White, he was the inmate. And how everything went down, let's get into that and who he is. But before we even do that, I want to play another video. Give me just a moment.
Casey White has not been seen since Friday when he was being transported for a mental health evaluation. The guard transferring him to the court broke policy by not using a second officer. Casey White and the deputy, Vicky White, no relation, have not been seen since. Casey serving 75 years for attempted murder, kidnapping, robbery, and burglary out of Limestone County. WVTM 13 has learned he tried to kill his ex-girlfriend in 2015. He also held two of her roommates hostage at gunpoint. Everyone made it out of that situation unhurt. White is also accused of killing someone else in 2015. And tonight, we're hearing from her family.
This is pretty shocking, I have to admit. But at the same time, if he doesn't happen to make it to trial, I mean, he's definitely a threat to the public.
WVTM's Maddie Davis with more from the family tonight as the search for Casey White becomes more and more desperate.
7 years ago, Austin Williams lost his mother, Connie Ridgway, after she was brutally stabbed in her home in Rogersville.
My mother, she was just such a nice person, kind of everybody's friend. This is the last person you expect anything to happen to.
For years, it was a cold case until 2020 when Casey White confessed to the crime. As White sat in the Lauderdale County Jail, Williams felt there was justice for his mother and awaited the day he would go on trial. Now that hope is gone after White escaped Friday morning.
It's shocking, and it's just like you just wonder how it's possible, because we really wanted it to go to trial just so that we could hear more of the story.
He escaped with a corrections officer, Vicki White, who hasn't been seen or heard from since.
Turn yourself in before this gets any worse. No one else needs to get hurt. You need to turn yourself in as soon as possible.
Since Vicki White had a handgun, authorities assume Casey White is armed and dangerous. Williams has a warning for everyone.
Have someone like Casey, who's 6'6", 250 pounds, come into her apartment and stab her to death. That's the kind of person this is. This is the person you need to look out for.
The Lauderdale County Sheriff's Office will hold a press conference Monday morning to update on the search for Casey White. Until he is found, Williams holds on to hope for the day his mother will finally get justice. In Birmingham, Maddie Davis, WVTM 13.
Okay, so thank you. Thank you for waiting on that. Anyway, at least what we know about Casey and Vicky, they had zero relations of any kind. They were not kin. They were not married. They just happened to have the same last name. Unfortunate, I guess, for both families. But yeah, unfortunate. Casey Co-White was born in 1983. Same year my first son was born in. 1983. Some year, I guess. His parents never expected this. All this went down in 2022. This was when he was 22 years old, and he was born in Alabama also. Casey was by all means a man, 6'9", 300 pounds, did all the manly stuff is my understanding. you know, in my research, he was very tall and he weighed a lot. He was a big guy, as you see, but you wouldn't want to mess with him. I bet you that. You wouldn't know that in some of these pictures. Some of these pictures don't do justice for his height, in my opinion. And also his weight, you know, he carried that well due to how tall he was. But his family members, all of his family members cooperated with law enforcement. His family members had zero to do with this. They didn't know anything about this. Everybody was kept in the dark. Even law enforcement said that. And, you know, but law enforcement was told many times over the years that Casey, their son, was very capable of violence. His family members told the cops that. He even wanted, you know, even the police said that, but they even warned the police of that in the past. It's pretty bad when you do have to warn the police that your own child is very violent and very dangerous. Again, the media and the law enforcement said she lied. He lied. They all lied to their family. They lied to their didn't have coworkers. He might have had homies in there. Nobody told on him. She lied to her coworkers. But the families had nothing to do with this. It's just kind of showing who he was, who he is, you know. And again, I didn't show where he was a father, but I'm pretty sure in that press conference a while ago that was his daughter, and I'm sure that that's what they said. I have so many screens up here, I didn't want to go back, but I think that was his daughter. But I would like to think that they're keeping her safe and protected. However, she did go on the press conference, so if that was his daughter, well, you know. A lot of times, a lot don't come out with the families for protection for them, for stigma, for stuff like that. But Casey was a very troubled human being. He was very troubled in his childhood. Even his family said that he was very troubled. He was very violent. Even as an adult, he became more violent. He had anger issues. He had violent tendencies. You know, there was no reports that he was ever diagnosed with any mental illness. There was no reports of that, not that I could find. But I feel some people are just like that no matter what, even with help. Now, and here, I'm not blaming his family. I'm not saying that. They tried. They told the cops. They did everything they could. Look, I know firsthand about that. Hey, I'm not blaming them or saying that. Don't take this the wrong way. But in some people, I think it don't matter. It don't matter how you was raised. I think they probably did everything right that they could. Nobody really came after this and talked on Casey's behalf. Not like they did Vicky. You know, nobody said he was just misunderstood, or he just did this one time or short term, or this is not who Casey is. No, none of that. They didn't say he was stable. They didn't say he worked hard. They didn't say he had a military background. Nobody said anything about that about Casey. Nobody gave him any great character references. Only his family said he was a troubled kid. They said that to the publishers. They said that to the police. Now, his juvenile records, we know, are sealed. Alabama's real strict on sealing juvenile records, even in high-profile cases, unless the minors are tied to something like this, and they're a criminal that is tried as an adult, then they're not sealed. Law said they couldn't release those things. But again, he had a long-standing behavior problems, I say. He was violent. He had violent tendencies. And those were not new to the police. Everybody knew him too. He grew up in Alabama. It was told he was dangerous. Somebody thought he was a big old teddy bear. Maybe that's what Vicky thought. I don't know. Can't go on her head and think now, can we? But we don't need papers or headlines to tell us that. He was very troubled, very violent. People still want to know, where were the warning signs? What happened? And yeah, there were warning signs and there were red flags, in my opinion. Otherwise, his own family would have never told police he was dangerous, ever. Not in his childhood, not in teens, not in nowhere, not as an adult. Some, again, don't know this, but again, he was born in 1983 in Alabama. So I'll say it again. In 2015, he was 32. He was arrested. He escaped when he was 38. We all know he was old enough to know better. He knew he was going to get caught. But now, what got him in prison besides his own criminal acts? Everything was his decision. He did it. Well, in Rogersville, Alabama, he chopped. He didn't chop nobody up. He copped. Hold on a minute. Somebody, I know nobody ain't mowing my yard. Hold on a minute. No, that's next door. Sorry. That was loud. I might hear a weed eater. It's not my yard. It's not my yard. I'm just saying. Damn, it's a little bit early for all that, but okay. Anyway, I hope y'all got y'all's coffee and everything, because this is a long one. It's going to be a good one. Like, share, do all those things. But, once again, he knew what he was doing, and it was planned. But now what got him in prison, besides his own criminal acts and his own choices in Rogersville, Alabama, he got a murder charge, and he was accused of stabbing Connie Ridgway. She was 58 years old. She was 8 years old. So even in Rogersville, Alabama, they say that was a very brutal crime that he committed against her. Oh, he has more. But he allegedly broke into her house, her home, her castle, where she should have always felt safe. Everybody should feel safe in their home and their castle. I don't care what kind of home or castle it is. I don't care if you rent it. I don't care if you own it. I don't care if it's small, big. I don't care if it's a tent. I don't care if it's a camper, trailer. I don't care. You should be safe where you live. Connie wasn't safe. Casey broke in. He broke in and brutally attacked her. Now, while he was in jail, Casey confessed to other murders. Just FYI. He was very violent, had very many assaults. He claimed crimes across state lines, he said. Some of those crimes could not be proven, but police took them all very, very seriously. Police described him as extremely violent. Also, they said he was very manipulative. A lot of these prisoners are very manipulative. You can trust and believe that if you don't believe nothing else. And if you're going into CO work for the first time or officer work for the first time or any kind of jail system for the first time, you better believe these people will manipulate you. But he was very high risk. Police said that. He would indeed kill again. That's what police said. He would kill again if he was given the chance. Vicky knew this. She was there 17 years. She was high up. There's no way she didn't know that. They said he planned things and he never acted impulsive. Reports from the police, of his escape, things like that, said he would definitely kill again if given the chance. But now, let's talk about the meat. Then we'll get into the potatoes. Casey and Vicky, first off, he did not kill her for those coming in. She took her own life. Okay? She had the key. She let him out. She helped plan this. She did all the things. Again, she was just as responsible. They say she was not street smart, though. She was very intelligent, but she was not street smart. That's where Casey come in. But he did manipulate her. Very emotionally so. He used her. He used her authority to his benefit and to his own advantage. He did that to her. He used her authority. He used her trust. He used her being trustworthy. In 2015, 2016, somewhere thereabout, Casey started being held at the Lauderdale County Jail there in Alabama, waiting for his trial for a capital murder. The one he committed before that. So Vicky met Casey through her job. Through the job she was supposed to be upholding the law, and she always had, as far as anyone knew. Her job there at that time, she was already a senior staff. Their contact didn't start through flirting and suddenly, in my opinion. Here we got an administrative assistant oversight. Bad decisions. Then come decisions to move inmates. She got to do that. She moved up. She made decisions when and where inmates were moved. Movement decisions, that's a big responsibility. She was in charge of transports. Nobody thought nothing when she took him out of that jail. Even by herself, when you're supposed to have another person with you. All things like that had to be approved by Vicky. So everybody thought, well, she's the boss. Nobody questioned her. Just routine jail staff. Said it was hectic. So because of her rank, she got also manipulated, in my opinion. Vicky had legitimate contact with Casey there for a while. Their relationship didn't just happen, it happened over time. They didn't just started or anything like that. It was not overnight, not by any means. There was years of build up, years of planning, all that stuff. Hell, if she didn't want to do this, in my opinion, she could have retired early. I'm just saying. People's always got a choice. But the boundaries began to get crossed. Lines began to be blurred. And probably in the last 1 or 2 years before this escape, it got more serious, more out of control. You know, as we know, time flies. A year, 2 years is not long. But the planning began. It started months before April 2022. It was a slow burn, if you will. This was planned. This was not all of a sudden. It was planned. But remember, Casey was highly manipulative. See, he studied staff. That's what prisoners do, y'all. FYI, I'll give you another little lesson here. That's what they do. They study the staff. They see what kind of things you will do or you're willing to do. They get to know you, even when you don't mean for them to know you, even when you don't have the small talk. These are things that happen on inside. They watch for things, cups you drink out of. Is it a sports team? Is it a cat? Is it a dog? Is it a mouse? Is it butterflies? Is it, what is she like? What is he like? They can strike up conversations like that. They get personal. They try to get personal. You have to say, no. You want to be hard ass? A lot of people in there don't want to be hard ass. That's okay too. There's many different 7, 8 kinds of correction officers. But they try to manipulate you. They see what kind of things you like. Is there a emotional vulnerability somewhere within you? Do you talk? Will you write them up? It's your job to write them up. He knew about Vicky. He made it his mission to gain Vicky's trust. He would strike up small conversations. He relied on sympathy. He played on her sympathy, her dependence. He told Vicky she was helping and she was not hurting. She was not breaking any rules. He knows. He knew he's been in trouble all of his life. No rules were being broken. Maybe he was this big 6'9", 300 pounds she thought was going to protect her if anything ever come out in prison. I don't know. Just a thought. But whatever he did, he swept her off of her feet. That ended up being literally. Look, some inmates called her mama in an enduring way. Some really saw her as the mother that they never had. But it wasn't supposed to be this. Now, if he didn't have them if he would have been rode up by her, or she would have said no, this might not have happened. We don't know. She'd walk by, he'd tell her she had a nice butt. She was lonely. He knew she was his ticket out. At least in his mind. Look, they both of them, street smarts, smart, book smart, not smart. They knew, even if they got out, they were going to be caught. She knew there was a risk. She got all of her ducks in a row beforehand. Again, she gave away things. She sold things. She saved money. She drew out cash. But she thought she loved him and he loved her. Prisoners don't love you. But he handled her very, very gently. He studied her. He made it his mission to study her. Evidence showed Vicky started selling her stuff, all of her assets. She would just give away things just for no reason, for no reason. That's a red flag. She started to withdraw more, even though she was a quiet person. She started to withdraw more. They probably didn't see it then, but in hindsight, they did. Large amounts of cash was being withdrawn. She was preparing, and I think she was preparing. But really, she knew she was not blameless, in my opinion. She knew they could never be free. They could never be truly together. And I don't think after a couple of weeks or a month, if they would have got away with it, he would have needed her anymore either. I think he would have done away with her, in my opinion. But they both knew they really wasn't going to get away, not alive. She was willing to risk everything, her life, her career, her family, her retirement. She also knew if she did this and was caught, she was never going to make it behind them bars. Everybody knows that. Not as an inmate. COs, cops, they don't last behind bars. They don't fare too good behind bars. She knew that, but she still took that chance. She continued to plan. She bought a getaway car. She started lying about things officials didn't realize she was lying about. Her ethics went down the drain. Official things, appointments, those kind of things. She was giving the prisoners more food than they deserved. A lot of people don't understand. They just don't. What goes on in a prison or a jail behind those doors, unless you've been there, unless you worked it, period. But you don't have to be perfect. You don't have to have a perfect record to get a corrections job. But one thing that disqualifies you, period, and especially here in the state of Florida, I can tell you, period, is if you have any false reports. That's the number one thing with this. You don't lie. You have to tell the truth. They have to know you're trustworthy. A false charge will disqualify you before a fraud charge in your past will. Just letting you know, FYI. So again, she had none of that in her record. Not a thing. Her record was clean. at the time. She lived by truth. She lived by ethics until she met Casey, until she didn't. So that relationship had already crossed many lines, and it was planned, and it was well thought out. So again, this was not sudden. It was not a mistake. It was not a kidnapping. It was unplanned. It was not unplanned. It was planned. And it was not a sudden thing that happened. And it was not a one-time bad decision. And Casey, he had no mental illness again or psychosis or anything that anybody knew of. He did not kidnap her. Every time that he committed a crime in his life, he knew what he was doing, in my opinion. And obviously in the police's opinion, obviously in his parents, they said he was violent. But this started out slow and very calculated on his part. He manipulated her. She enabled him, but he got her to trust him. Even the law said that time and time again. They were very clear. Her commanders said she was not forced. She was not kidnapped. But they did say she was manipulated. I say both or all of those are the truth. And they both and all can be the truth at the same time, in my opinion. So remember this. It did not start as an escape. That trust was built. But all the lines were crossed. All the lines were blurred. Until one day, there was no more lines to cross. Let's watch another video here that I have. Thank you all for being with me. Please understand, I appreciate you being here. I know it's long, but we're going to get into all of it today. I got time today. Please, thank you. Hit the thumbs up, like, share, subscribe if you want to donate, and you can. I appreciate you. I thank you. Want to join the membership? Please join the membership. Mods can drop the link. But there's a lot of ways you can support this channel. I want to grow with y'all. Thank you for being here. But let's watch some more video because we got it today, honey. We got it.
Let's see here. I'm trying to get an age on Vicky. And this is where sometimes our YouTube and Facebook audience can be very, very helpful. See if I can try to get
live on WFLA now. This is Hey JV. Here.
A manhunt launched in Alabama for a missing escapee out of Alabama, Casey White, and missing and possibly endangered correction officer Vicky White. We're moments away from a press conference that's about to get underway here live from the sheriff's office there in Alabama, expecting an update of some kind, a $10,000 reward offered for any information leading to the whereabouts of Casey White and Vicky White, said to have no relation, according to officials in Alabama. But the press conference going to be beginning here any moment, 10:30 Central Time, 11:30 Eastern. You might have heard about this story over the weekend. Let's get the update from the sheriff's officials there in Alabama.
I have no idea. We'll go to that
right.
one in a minute. Okay, just hold on.
We'll get started. First of all, I want to thank all of you. above and working diligently, basically around the clock, to try to locate Casey White and Vicky White. We also have the assistance of the FBI, ATF, and Secret
I don't know
Service.
what's going on. Hold on a
the
second.
state level, we have the Alabama Law Enforcement Agency assisting us. So we've got plenty of resources. These federal agencies and state agencies have resources that we don't have. They've made all those resources available to us, and we're utilizing everything we have. And have access to in this search. I do have a little new information to pass to you. I know that we've been talking over the last few days about us canvassing video surveillance in the area where the patrol car was found last Friday afternoon. We did have one success in that. We see the patrol car parked at the intersection.
I don't know why it's doing that. Hold on a minute. I don't know why it's not letting me show it. Hold on.
About 2 blocks from the location it was found. That video was time-stamped.
Manhunt to find a violent convict continues. You've heard about this. The corrections officer authorities believe helped him escape from jail. Now in a 6-day, she's wanted too. Sheriff's office in Lauderdale County also confirming the couple had a special relationship that may have been building and taking place for years. Sam Brock has the very latest.
In this newly released surveillance video, the pair left the jail last Friday like it was any other day. Corrections officer Vicky White holding the door open for accused killer Casey White, who was handcuffed and shackled. They can later be seen popping into Vicky White's patrol car, but the man serving 75 years in prison for violent crimes and the deputy honored with 4 Employee of the Year awards have not been seen since.
We have discovered some evidence that confirms that there was a relationship outside her work hours. I'm not talking about a physical relationship, but outside her work hours, there was some contact between the two.
The sheriff giving us a tour of where White, facing capital murder charges, was staying.
Here, Casey White's cell was the first cell here on the left. You got the 2 windows. One of the windows looking into the bunk room.
A former inmate expressing shock over the deputy now suspected of freeing the massive 6'9" convict.
Everybody loved her. Nobody had nothing but good things to say about Vicky, ever.
In this small Alabama community,
I think they left the area. They had a 6-hour head start.
Many are playing armchair detective, with curbside chats turning from confusion to concern for the deputy.
I think she maybe was thinking that they were going to have a relationship. He's playing her.
The sheriff's department confirming this 2007 Ford Edge with damage to the rear bumper was their getaway car, though miscommunication led a local police department to publish that alert before the time was right.
It's basically put us back to almost square one. We know they're going to probably get rid of that vehicle, so now then we're not going to have a clue again what they're driving.
Vicky White's former mother-in-law worried about a woman she says would never stray far from home and loved her family.
I figure he should have done something to her. We probably won't ever hear from him.
Again, that is Sam Brock, and we will continue to follow this story. For any breaking news or the latest updates outside of our newscast, remember, download that free WVTM.
Nicole Zedek joins us live now in studio after speaking with Vicky's
Neither Vicky or Casey have been seen since leaving the detention center on Friday. The Lauderdale County Sheriff's Office says Vicky submitted retirement papers Thursday. Her last day was set for Friday. Vicky has not received any of her retirement money. And new tonight and only on Way 31, Vicky's mother's desperate plea for her daughter to come home safe. Nicole Zedek joins us live now in studio after speaking with Vicky's mother today. So Nicole, how's she processing all this? How's she doing right now?
Brittany, she's definitely in complete shock, saying that everyone who knows her daughter, Vicky, says this just doesn't make sense. She's scared for her daughter's safety right now and says even if she did help inmate White escape, she should turn herself in and get back before anyone gets hurt.
As a mother, I didn't know how to act, because I thought at first it was a mistake. And then when I found out for sure it was just disbelief.
Complete shock. That's how Vicky White's mother, Pat Davis, describes what's been going through her head ever since her daughter disappeared with accused murderer Casey White Friday morning.
I lay in there at night and you can't get it off your mind. And then when you wake up, if you do fall asleep, that's the first thing that you think of. If you got a kid and she's out there, it's just like, she's in danger.
According to Davis, Vicky had been living with her for the past 5 weeks, ever since she sold her house. Davis says her daughter didn't speak about work often, never bringing up retirement, and never mentioning inmate White in conversation.
I never heard of him, never seen his picture, nothing. I didn't know anything about it.
It's still unclear what role Vicky played in helping inmate White escape the Lauderdale County Detention Center.
We don't know if she was took by force or if she was voluntarily in this. But we just want her back. That's all we want.
She doesn't think her daughter would ever help an inmate escape.
She's never done it. I doubt she's ever even had a speeding ticket. But she's always been what I'd say a good person. And like I say, this is all a shock.
All she wants now is to reunite with her daughter, no matter what.
We want her home. We'll go pick her up if she'll just call and tell us. Come and get her. We'll go pick her up.
Now, Davis hopes anyone with any information, even the smallest details, will come forward and help get her daughter home safe. Reporting live in studio, Nicole.
Bless her little mama's heart, honey. She never suspected that. So that's how she come about living with her mom. Vicky even sold her house. She even sold her house. She was getting rid of all of her assets. Every single last one of them she was getting rid of. Everything. That's where the majority of her house. Now listen, what I understand and from what I hear and what I heard, she literally auctioned off her house because she needed the money fast. So it wasn't like she did it. She auctioned it off fast. She could have got a lot more money for her home and ended up getting like $90-something thousand, which is just crazy. That's insane. Again, what was it about this inmate? She's went through thousands and thousands of inmates. Nobody ever suspected this. Her mama said she didn't even have a, okay, you're fine, Raymond. Her mama said she didn't even have a speeding ticket that she knew about. That's insane. It makes it so sad, and she was right by her retirement. She put in the day before for her retirement, giving all of her things away, all that kind of stuff. He really did a number on her. He really manipulated her. The senior staff never thought anything. They all had high respect for her. Everybody that knew her or seen her grow up or anything like that had high respect for her. They trusted her. But these people don't love you. These inmates don't love you. They will manipulate you, male, female. They say females are worse. They want someone trusted who is trustworthy, who's not going to write them up, like I said, who keeps their head down, their nose clean, who don't draw attention. You know, they watch for that. This is their survival. That's how they survive. They survive in there. They don't want someone who's always called to the office and questioned. That's not what they're looking for. They want the officers that had maybe some kind of loss, you know, something that they can get to them, that they're vulnerable. But they don't care, especially if they're in there for their life. 75 years, pretty much. He was going to be in there for his life. And I don't even think he went to the court on the other till after this. You know? They don't care about you. They don't care. They don't care about you. They don't care about your family. They don't care about your retirement. They don't care about you, period. Get it in your head. I don't care how lonely you are. Go buy a vibrator, honey. I'm just telling you. Vicky's walls started closing in. But all of that alone, that she was trusted, that she was quiet, that she had authority, they were looking for all that. Hell, all the inmates was, actually, but she chose him over everybody. Trust and believe, inmates seek out people like her, just like her. They don't just do it randomly. It starts so nice, so polite, with manners. People say, oh, thank you, ma'am. Just this one time. Oh, you smoke? Could I get a cigarette? Nobody will know. We can get that in here anyway. You know, we'll protect you. You're the only one that treated me like a human being. You're the only one that's ever treated me human, like a human. Same routine, same thing, day in, day out, inmate after inmate after inmate. They notice you, like I told you before, drinking out of certain cups. Could be an angel on it. It could be a dog. It could be the Tennessee Titans. That gives them room to strike up a conversation on, oh, did you see who won last night? Oh, you like football. Oh, you like angels. I need to go to church. I'm such a Christian. Can we just this one time? Officer so-and-so won't let me out. I need to go to the chapel and pray. They see it all. They pay attention. They study you, honey. They couldn't have more experience in there than a damn lawyer. That's all they got to do is sit there 24/7, especially these ones for life or long sentences, and, you know, read law books. They will study. They will learn. They will get in your space if you let them. They learn how you talk. They learn how you speak. But the inmate, they share selective stories, or these pain stories, or heart-tugging stories. You might hear half-truths in those stories. Then you're feeling compassion, and, you know, maybe you're feeling responsible or responsibility. Maybe you say just this one time. You're keeping them alive is what you're doing. You say, I'm the one he trusts. I'm the one she trusts. I'm the one they love. Me, I'm special. No, you're not. So huge red flags. And people knew. People started to know. People started to notice, and they didn't talk. They kept their nose clean. Maybe they were scared of 6'9", over 300 pounds. Maybe they were scared of her. Maybe they were scared of being thrown in the hole. Maybe, what if, candy nuts and sugar and butts. I don't know. I don't even know that saying. I know it, but I don't know how to say it. But huge red flags were there, and they were there earlier. People didn't want to see. They notice if you talk about your family, your mother, your kids, they'll wonder anything and they'll start talking to you about it. They may overhear a conversation you have with another guard, a prisoner, somebody. That's how they do. A person locked behind bars from their, people, their people, quoties, their people. They're just there to survive. They're there to get through another day. She was supposed to be there for her job. She was for 17 years until she wasn't no more. That was a huge flag. No officers should be thinking about an inmate when they leave their post or their job. Not how they're doing, not did they die, not did they hang themselves, not are they going to hang themselves. It needs to be shut down. Your brain needs to be shut down. If you start thinking about an inmate or you're watching something or something pops up, there's a problem, a huge problem. But see, she kept all that inside of her to herself. These inmates will ask for small favors just this once. Don't do it. Just don't do it, okay? Just say no, don't do it. Secrecy plays a huge part in these red flags and what's going on in these days. When, you need to know when and how to avoid, because they sure know how to avoid officers, right? If officers breaks a rule one time, they're going to continue to break a rule. Think about it. The officers are in control. They're supposed to be in control. But they done lost all control when they one time do something. The first time she crossed the line and made that decision, she lost all of her power and control. I don't give a damn if she owned the jail. The first time she did that, she lost her control. But they get to this point of no return. Sometimes blackmail. And it can and will happen. It does enter, these inmates, and it does enter these COs. It does enter these officers' life, I guess you should say. But I'll say it again. We can't turn back time. We cannot turn back time. So don't do it in the first place. Think before you act. I don't understand this because she was not somebody who was impulsive. Vicky made her choices. All of this is so twisted. It was so twisted. It didn't start with handcuffs or threats or, it was small things. Sympathy until you're so far lost, you can't ever stop. Can't go back. I'm surprised you even, when you do that, I'm surprised you even remember the route, how to get to your job, the streets to turn on. You're so infatuated and fascinated with these criminals. I'm surprised you even know how to go to work and clock in. So again, we're talking about Vicky and Casey White. No relation, and no, they were not married. So on Friday morning, April 29th, 2022, Vicky White told her co-workers she was going to transport Casey White she was going to take him to the courthouse, which was not unusual. Sometimes they had to go to the courthouse and get mental evaluations and different things like that. She told him she was taking him to the courthouse, possibly for a mental evaluation. They didn't think anything about it. She was the boss. That was her area anyway. But she did it by herself. It's very strange. You're always supposed to take an officer with you. She did not. But nobody questioned her. And they said she was going to leave, or she told them she was going to leave early for her own medical appointment as well that day. There was none of that. All of that was false. She had no medical appointment. She wasn't taking him to the jail. She just planned all that because she did not want to be caught. There was no court order. There was no list. There was nothing that Casey was on that he needed to be anywhere except behind them damn bars. At that time, that day, that minute, that moment, she really violated many jail rules. And the lie was the first one, and it overruled everything. But she took a risk, a very high risk with this violent inmate. But it was something about him. She didn't think he would hurt her. You're supposed to have someone go with you. I think 2 people, but you're supposed to have at least one person go with you. It shows her on camera as well. But she was the boss. She was the decision maker, and she didn't ask nobody to go with her. She told people she was going by herself, and nobody questioned her. She didn't need her supervisor's approval to do that. But she had all these violations. Nobody knew was going to happen or that she violated or did until it was way too late. And they were both the heck out of Dodge. But because of her rank and her position and her trust, nobody questioned. You shouldn't be offended if you're a correction officer. You shouldn't be offended if you're a police and somebody asks you. You know, there was many laws changed about this. There was many ways they handle now these things. But they got into the county police car. She unlocked that door. She had Casey brought up. She unlocked that door. And surveillance showed them. They showed all of that. She knew it. She knew what she was going to do. But that was the last sighting of them in Alabama anyway. Very shortly after that, they drove to a shopping center after they left there, and that's where she left the police car. She abandoned the police car. The police car was there. At some point, they went out. They searched it. They found the keys, the handcuffs, and all that in the backseat. There's no way he could have did that by himself. They knew at that point their heart sunk. They knew that. Let's watch something else.
It's the 29th of April, 2022. CCTV records prison supervisor Vicky enter through a back door. Half a minute later, she comes back out with a prisoner. Casey White, a 6'9" giant of a criminal serving 75 years for attempted murder. They quickly leave in the car as police scramble to make sense of the situation. Vicky, a prison supervisor with a 2-decade-long career and perfect record, just disappeared with a dangerous criminal. Police assumed that she was forced or manipulated into helping him escape. But that's when new evidence came to light, showing that she might have planned the entire thing. As a nationwide manhunt began, police would realize the rabbit hole went deeper than anyone expected, leading them down a dark path, ending with Vicky found dead with a bullet in her head.
Vicky, stay with us! Vicky!
It's April 29th, 2022, and prison officer Vicky has just told her work colleagues that she's taking a prisoner to a psychological evaluation at a local courthouse. But something isn't right, as she's transporting the prisoner alone, despite rules mandating prisoners must be escorted by 2 officers at a time. But because of her senior position as a supervisor, nobody stops her. And it would be 6 hours before police realize that Vicky and the prisoner are never coming back. Desperate for clues, police start looking into the man that Vicky escaped with. It was Casey White, a man serving 75 years in prison for domestic violence, home invasion, murder, and brutally attacking a man with an axe. But there was one crime that stood out to police even more. 7 years prior to this, Casey had abused and manipulated his then-girlfriend to a point where she tried to escape from Casey's vicious hands. After they successfully made it to her friend's house, Casey would break into the house with 2 guns and full intent to murder them both. Luckily, they both escaped and survived his vicious attack. But that's when Casey fled the scene and began a series of carjackings across several states, until finally getting into a tense standoff with multiple police officers.
Casey, put the gun down. Let me see your hands, man. Put the gun down, Casey. Put the gun down, bud. Casey, put the gun down. Just relax a little bit. Kofi is that for 2 and tell her to watch you. Hey, Casey. Yes, sir. I will get you a sun drive if you'll be still. Just be calm. You don't ain't got no more gun on you, dude. No, you got to plug him out.
It's unusual, but the cops rolled a drink and a pack of cigarettes towards Casey, hoping this would calm him down and avoid a shootout. Miraculously, this actually worked, and the cops were able to move in and make an arrest. His interrogation gave cops an even clearer view into just how insane this man was.
I've been trying to wait just to kill her ever since. I couldn't wait no longer. I had to do it tonight.
Do you regret what you did tonight?
I regret I didn't kill him.
Police now had a clear picture of who Vicky just helped escape prison. But how does Vicky fit into all of this? She works at a completely different prison, and there's no plans for Casey to ever see outside these walls again. Well, 1 year later, Casey confessed to a murder, resulting in him being moved to a different prison. This kicked off a series of events that would eventually result in Vicky's death. The murder that Casey confessed to was a 4-year-old cold case. It's unclear why Casey owned up to it now, but he was able to give specific details that nobody but the killer could have known. And after a short trial, he was quickly transported to a new prison, the same one where Vicky worked. Vicky is 56 and has been divorced for several years and put her heart and soul into her job. She was a model employee and popular among her colleagues, but her life had become boring and lonely. She wanted to change, and when Casey showed up, that's exactly what she got. They slowly began to talk more and developed a connection. They bonded over their shared last name and began to think that they were destined to be together. She started coming in on her days off and was noticeably happier. Despite having a great life on paper, Vicky had become enchanted by her feelings for Casey and was ready to throw it all away to be with a dangerous criminal. But how can this happen? Well, it turns out it's not as rare as you might think. Some people are attracted to dangerous people. They know they could kill them at any moment, but feel special knowing that they choose not to. On top of that, Vicky had started to feel trapped in her day-to-day life and as though she had nothing to live for. If she could make a break with Casey, it'd at least be exciting, even if it did mean throwing everything away. While Casey was serving at Lauderdale, Vicky allowed him unrestricted access to parts of jail that prisoners aren't normally allowed to see, including areas that aren't covered by security cameras. Many speculate this is where the pair were intimate with each other and formed their plan to escape. Even at this point, Vicky still had no idea that this would turn out to be the worst mistake of her entire life. 3 days before their escape, they decided to do a test run, after Vicky told her colleagues that Casey had an appointment with a judge at the courthouse. Of course, there was no appointment, and they just sat in her patrol car for 9 minutes before returning. But now they know this works, and they're ready to make preparations for the real thing. 2 days before their escape, they're spotted on camera passing notes. It's thought that this was them discussing the final part of their escape plan, but by the time this footage was discovered, it was already too late. By April 29th, 2022, everything was in place, and they're ready to make their escape. As Vicky holds a senior post at the prison, she has certain powers that she's about to take advantage of. She arranges to send 12 inmates and 5 deputies to court on the day of the escape, leaving her as the last remaining officer in the prison with transport privileges. She then tells her bosses that Casey has to be taken for a mental health evaluation. Looking at the surveillance footage, it's clear something was up. Vicky has her firearm with her, something that is strictly forbidden inside the prison walls. She's also walking in front of Casey instead of behind him, showing she trusts him not to harm her. By helping Casey to escape, esteemed prison officer Vicky has thrown everything she had away, and in one pivotal moment has become a criminal.
Vicky's always been a good girl I went to school with. It's got to be other people involved, and Vicky's just a scapegoat. You knew her, you loved her.
I feel like if she had anything to do with it, it was definitely love.
Vicky and Casey casually walk out of the prison into a patrol car and drive away to freedom. It took 6 hours before anyone noticed they're missing. When the prison calls the courthouse to see what's taking so long, they're told that there is no appointment, and they come to the horrible realization that Casey has made a break for freedom. To evade the authorities, they quickly ditch the patrol car and flee the state, and the cops now have no clue where they are, where they're going, or how to find them, marking the start of an 11-day manhunt that will span the nation. On day 1 of Vicky and Casey's escape, the cops try to find clues at Vicky's home, but she's nowhere to be seen. In fact, she doesn't even own the house anymore. As part of her plan, she sold her house for extremely cheap. With the money, she bought vehicles, guns, and most suspiciously, men's clothing. This is the first indication the cops have that Vicky doesn't intend on coming back and is ready to start a new life with Casey. Things don't get any better for detectives when the patrol vehicle they used to escape is found abandoned at a local shopping mall. And even worse, there's no surveillance footage covering that area of the parking lot, so they don't even know which direction they went. But on day 2 of the manhunt, a tip-off from her family blows this case wide open, as it's revealed Vicky has been renting a storage unit. Police are able to locate the storage unit and discover that she was renting it with a burner phone. But despite their best effort to track this new number, the cops came up with nothing. But the existence of this new phone is the first solid evidence that cops have showing Vicky planned this all along and was actually a willing participant instead of a hostage.
You get the sense they were actually Vicky discovered he was not forcing her in any way.
Right. No, he was not forcing her. It was a mutual relationship.
You'd think that this would help the investigation, but things only get more insane.
So no force. Again, there it is. No force. Nobody forced her to do this. It showed her planning. It showed her trying to keep him safe at the motel, and she went in stores. I think Kohl's. She tried to, or she did. She didn't try. She bought him clothes. He needed clothes. She already had him a change of clothes in the car. They found his jail shoes in the back seat. All the things, and absolutely this happens more than you know. Absolutely more than you know. Thank you all for being here, everybody. Please hit that thumbs up. That's free. Like, share, subscribe, share it on any platform that you want to. I appreciate you if you're watching now. I appreciate you if you're watching later. I appreciate any replays. If you want to hype it up, do whatever you want. But I think this is important to get out.
Insane and confusing from here on out. After realizing that they're essentially back to square one, the cops return to the shopping mall where they found the abandoned patrol car and decide to comb through all of the surveillance footage from the days leading up to the event. That's when they spot Vicky a few days before the escape, parking a car in a nearby parking lot. And this isn't her usual car either. It's one she bought only a couple days earlier, a 2007 Ford Edge that the cops quickly realized had to be their getaway vehicle. But when police went back to the parking lot and the supposed getaway vehicle was still there, they realized that Vicky had left a decoy. Police had just lost their only clue, while giving Vicky and Casey a 5-day head start. But since they abandoned the Ford, the cops assumed that they have to have found another vehicle in the area, and lo and behold, they quickly picked up another lead. A homeowner nearby told them he sold his Ford F-150 pickup truck to a man who approached his house on the day Vicky and Casey went missing. That man is described as being around 6 feet 9 inches tall and looked exactly like the picture he was shown. Now all they have to do is find that Ford F-150 and bring this manhunt to an end. And thanks to another lead, they're closing in. On day 6, the owner of a car wash in Indiana noticed something strange. A Ford F-150 had been parked in one of the cleaning bays for an unusual amount of time, and he suspects this vehicle has been abandoned. Unfortunately, this is before a search was initiated for the truck, but something's still not right. This pickup truck is far too nice to have been dumped by anyone sane, and the owner quickly grew suspicious. In order to find out, he checks out the car wash surveillance footage, and what he finds will help the cops finally capture their 2 fugitives. That's Casey getting out of the pickup, and he's acting very strangely. He's waiting for Vicky, and she's in that car driving just out of shot. When Casey gets in the new vehicle, leaving their pickup and driving off, the owner knows they're up to no good and calls 911.
There's a truck been sitting in my bay since yesterday at 3 o'clock. I looked at my cameras and the guy kind of suspicious. It's a Ford F-150 four-door truck. It's blue in color. It's got Tennessee license plates on it. And I've got him on camera.
The next day, cops arrive at the car wash and initiate a search of the truck.
This is a return to a Dodge?
Yep. Yeah, that's fine now.
With nothing to go off of, the cops quickly leave the scene and the pickup is towed away. It takes 4 days for this vital lead to get back to detectives, but when it does, they drop everything and head straight to Evansville on day 10 of the hunt. They're due to arrive at the car wash at 9 a.m., but fail to show up on time, frustrating the car wash owner so much that he takes matters into his own hands and calls the local press.
So then 9:30, they're not here. So I said, I get on the phone to Fox News. I said, y'all want a story? Yeah, we like a story. I said, I got one. So I got a convict over at my car wash. I got him on camera. He said, you talking about the one in Kentucky? I said, no, I'm talking about the one in Alabama with the girl. I said, okay, we'll be right there. They showed up. They got there 10 minutes before the marshals.
U.S. Marshals arrive during the media frenzy, and when they take a look at the surveillance footage, they realize they found the car Vicky and Casey could still be driving, a Cadillac, and one that Vicky and Casey think is completely unknown to the cops. It seems like their days on the run are numbered, but even with the leads they have, they come up with nothing, and the cops are starting to realize their fugitives could be anywhere in the country. But as it turns out, they're closer to home than anyone thinks. Back in Evansville on day 11, a cop is on his way home from a long shift when he sees a familiar-looking vehicle parked outside a Motel 41. It looks like the same Cadillac from the car wash, and he hastily takes down the license plate. The problem is, the license plate of the Cadillac seen at the car wash was never seen, so they have no way of knowing if it's the same vehicle. But they do have the license plate of the recovered F-150, so grasping at straws, they decide to run that through their license plate reader, and when they do, they strike gold. Several traffic cameras have picked up the F-150, and following it in nearly every shot is a Cadillac. A Cadillac whose license plate perfectly matched the one at Motel 41 right in front of them. Finally, by sheer luck, the cops have found their fugitives. All they have to do now is bring them in. First, deputy marshals find strategic positions around the motel. They're all in plain clothes and unmarked vehicles, hoping to be as covert as possible. But while the cops surround them, Vicky and Casey are in room 150 watching the TV in horror right as the discovery of the Ford F-150 hits the news. The plan was to bring Vicky and Casey in quietly, but before they get a chance to put their plan into action, Vicky walks out of the hotel room and throws a bag into the Cadillac. She's followed by Casey, and even though they're in disguise, there's no mistaking Casey White's massive frame. Casey gets behind the wheel, and the Cadillac takes off. The cops' plan has been completely foiled once again, but they've got a backup. They're going to follow them.
Listen, Casey stuck out like a, hey, Danny, Casey stuck out like a sore thumb. He was 6'9", over 300 pounds. There is no way she could have thought in her right mind that they were going to get away. And he knew they weren't going to get away. He sure did. But as an officer, you're trained not to fall for the manipulation. Absolutely you are. You're absolutely trained for that stuff. And it is very common. It is so common. It's more common than people even realize. You got that right, honey. And if you see something, you need to say something. You're not going to be in trouble. It is more common than these people realize. Absolutely, it is. It like I said, it was not an escape. It was a plan. He was not to be transported to court. Nothing went wrong. He wasn't going for no, what do you call that? He was not going for no mental evaluation. This was in the works for a long time. You know, and yes, you are trained for manipulation. You're trained. There's several different several different kinds of guard. I think I'm gonna do some more on this. It's out there. But Casey, he got in this Ford Edge SUV. Vicky, they abandoned the car at a shopping center in advance. They had all the cash they used. Vicky followed in another car. Again, their hope was that nobody was unalive. Their hope was that they could quietly get this. But as I said earlier, her as a correction officer, she knew better. She knew she couldn't make it, not in prison. A lot of them do that. Do you know what they do to these cops in prison? I'm just saying. So let's carry on. Thank you for that. Y'all comment, like, comment, sub, do all the things that are free. Put it on any platform. Invite people over. I appreciate you. I appreciate you being here now, spending your time with me. I know this is long. Hell, I know I'm the one that researched it and worked on it all day yesterday. That's why I didn't come on yesterday. That's why you didn't see. I think you saw 1 or 2 little uploads for me about things. It takes time. This is not easy.
And try to box them in to avoid a confrontation. But before they get a chance, they realize they've been spotted. Casey turns onto US Highway 41 and hits the accelerator, taking the cops on a chase across traffic and through parking lots until he manages to make a break for freedom by driving straight through an open field. At around the same time, police dispatch receives a call from none other than Vicky herself, and it gives you an idea of how terrifying this chase really is.
Airbags are going on. Let's get out.
A police vehicle forces Casey to drive straight into a ditch, and this pursuit...
We'll listen to it again because I have just the audio. But if you heard her, she said, let's get out and run. Hell, she's the cop. She's the one supposed to be in charge. She said, let's get out and run. Where she think she... Never mind. I'm going to be as respectful as I can on this.
Is brought to a sudden halt, but it's far from over, as cops know the pair are armed and could open fire at any point in some kind of Bonnie and Clyde inspired shootout.
Crash out. Any crash out.
Where's he at? Please check him out. It's my wife. Check him out. It's my wife. That's the best woman in the world right there. Please, that's the best woman in the world. Vicky, I'm so sorry, baby. I'm so sorry, baby. Anybody in this world don't deserve it. She don't. When she's herself, it hit me. But y'all ain't gonna believe me. I'm gonna say I killed her. Just like y'all say I killed everybody else.
Finally, after 11 days, the manhunt has come to an end, and they've got Casey unharmed in handcuffs. But Vicky met a much more devastating end. Just 2 weeks ago, she was an upstanding member of society, an esteemed prison officer respected by those around her. Now, she's a fugitive, laying in a criminal's stolen car, conscious, but with devastating injuries.
Big Davis, you good to him? No, she's good. She's still got it in her hand. Yes, good. All right, watch. Medic right here, medic. Get back. Still in her hand? Yes, it's in her hand. Still breathing. I gotta break this center up here. You go in? Well, I think we can. We can get the gun. It'd probably be easier with windshield. Oh, see if it'll open. Good idea. We got cover? Yeah. It's opening. It's opening. You got me? Yeah. You gotta go for the gun first. All right, pull me out. All right, I got it.
She's been shot in the head, and Casey claims she took her own life. When cops get a better look, they find her finger is still on the trigger of the gun. Later that day, Vicky was pronounced dead in a nearby hospital. We'll never really know what the two had planned for their life together after their escape, whether they wanted to go off the grid and settle down or live the rest of their lives on the run. Well, it turns out Casey never planned to keep Vicky around at all. He described her as a liability and someone that didn't have the mind for this sort of thing. It's likely that she would have been ditched shortly after this point or killed by Casey anyway, as he was found guilty of first-degree prison escape and sentenced to life behind bars. He'll be 98 years old before he gets a chance at parole, so this terror of a man will likely be off the streets until the day he dies.
Vicky White tonight. Want to go ahead and bring in Way 31's Nicole Zedek for an interview you'll see only on Way 31. Nicole, over the weekend, you sat down with Vicky White's mother to talk about her career here at the detention center specifically.
That's right, Marie. And she said she's proud of all of the accomplishment her daughter has been recognized for over the past 16 years, but it definitely took her a while to warm up to the idea of her daughter working at such a dangerous location.
It makes me feel good that, that she was so well thought of and she done a good job.
Pat Davis's living room is covered in memorabilia from her daughter's time at the Lauderdale County Detention Center.
She's got 6 awards back there.
Davis says Vicky never intended on starting a career in law enforcement, but when the opportunity came up 16 years ago, she accepted.
Somebody called her one day and said, hey, there's an opening at the jail, so she just took it, and she's been there ever since. I guess it was just a job.
A job that's always worried her mother.
Law enforcement, the violence and stuff like that, I guess.
Get rid of her.
I guess every mom's that way,
Now her worst fears have come true, as her daughter disappeared with accused murderer Casey White more than 72 hours ago.
He could hurt her easy. And that's what keeps me awake at night.
She says even if her daughter voluntarily helped inmate White escape, it doesn't matter. She just wants Vicky home safe.
Come home. That's all she needs to do. Just turn herself in, come home.
Davis hopes anyone with any information, even the smallest details, will call 911 or the sheriff's office and help get her daughter home safe. Reporting live in studio, Nicole Zedek, Way 31 News.
Hold on, I got to get through this.
Amazon Island. 911.
Please stop. They're going to everybody's going to walk and kill us.
Hello?
John. Airbags are going on. Let's get out and run. Let's find some hotel.
Hello?
And she's breathing up. She's got her finger on the trigger. I don't know how we're going to get that away from her. Got her finger on the trigger. Finger is on the trigger. All right. Go. Her right hand. Yeah, get her hand, finger on the trigger. Got a finger on the trigger. The front window's gone. Or no, it's not. I'm sorry, it's not. I got her. I'd like to move that off her face. I can't even tell if she's conscious. Somebody got a long stick. She doesn't look conscious. Go ahead. Okay, that went on her head. Can you hook that back? like an exit on the top of her head. Her finger went on the trigger. You could hook the gun out of her hand. She could pull that trigger again. It's just diagonal breathing. She's not. Yeah, I'm good.
Hey, honey, welcome in. Welcome in. Thank you for being here.
The gun is pointing at an angle that way. Pointed down.
For those that don't know, she took her own life. Casey, this is one time he didn't have anything to do with none of that. But he was going to get her. You better believe that.
Oh, yep. Oh.
Hey, Janice, welcome back. Thank you for being here, honey. Love you. I'm glad you got home safe.
I'm going to go for the gun first. I'm not covered. Okay, I'm going to go for the gun. Watch it. Gun's out of his hand. Gun's out of her hand. It's out of her head. Grab the gun. You reach over and get it. I'm going to grab it. Let me in a little bit. All right, pull me out. Yeah, I got it. All right. Team safe. You hear me pull her out? Yeah. Somebody pull me.
Thank you all for being here, Janice. I'm so happy you made it home safe. But I'm taking a drink of my coffee. Y'all might need a whole pot or two for 3, 4, 5 for this one. Welcome in, everybody. Thank you for being here. Y'all go sub up to these channels that I'm putting out as well. I'll make a playlist on them later. Also, we're going to keep going. I have lots more to show. We're going to go on with the video, so just bear with me.
Casey White on the run. His ex-girlfriend says she is terrified, and so is the son of the woman Casey White is accused of murdering. We're going to be speaking to him in just a few moments. Not only is Casey White nearly 7 feet tall, he's 260 pounds, but his past is horrifying. Law enforcement who have spent years chasing him say he is more dangerous right now than anyone could have thought because he could be cornered. Correspondent Kelsey Kernstein is live outside the detention center in Florence, Alabama for us tonight. Kelsey, this is a very, very dangerous fugitive that they're looking for.
Marnie, he really is. Casey White is a dangerous person, but I have spoken extensively to sheriffs, law enforcement, investigators. They all tell me that he is not a sociopath, saying he is mentally unstable and very dangerous on drugs. Former Limestone County Sheriff Mike Blakely says he remembers a night he arrested Casey back in 2015 that landed him locked up for 75 years.
They all had their guns pointed at Casey. He standing out in the middle of the road, had two 40 caliber Glock pistols, one stuck to each one of his temples, threatening to kill himself.
In that moment, he says Casey had one request.
Just put the gun down. He told me to call his mama and tell her he loved her. I said, Casey, everything's gonna be fine. Nobody's gonna die tonight. And he said, oh yeah. He said, I'm gonna make y'all kill me.
Blakely calling it a one-night crime spree. In fact, he invaded his ex-girlfriend's home, hijacked vehicles, and led police on a chase. He says Casey even shot his ex-girlfriend's dog to death.
Turns around and she had a Doberman there in her house that was her pet. And he shot and killed the dog.
So he had no problem with shooting a dog.
Casey is unstable mentally, and he also is very dangerous when he is on drugs.
Blakely even describing him as going to the emergency room because he was hearing voices. Casey later that year in 2015.
He was caught, charged, and convicted of those crimes in Limestone County and was sentenced to 75 years in state penitentiary.
That same year, Connie Ridgway was murdered in Lauderdale County, an hour east of Limestone County. Casey writing a letter confessing.
That investigator went to the prison, interviewed him. He confessed to the murder of Connie Ridgway. This is in 2020. He was charged with that murder on September the 1st, 2020.
I went by Casey's attorney's office in Lauderdale County, who was representing him in the alleged killing of Connie Ridgway, asking him about his client's escape.
Well, it changes the dynamics of the case, but as far as my representation of it changes nothing. Everybody's entitled to a good defense. He is still presumed innocent. He has an opportunity and will have a day to present his case.
I asked Blakely if he thought Casey murdered Connie Ridgway.
He's allegedly stabbed a woman to death. Knowing him, arrested him. Do you think he's capable of that?
I think he's probably capable of anything.
Sheriff Singleton says Casey was brought back to the Lauderdale County Detention Center for his arraignment, saying this wasn't the first time he tried to escape the jail.
He was planning an escape. So we followed up on that. We found a shank on his person. This is the main hall.
Sheriff Singleton also gave me a tour of the detention center.
I hear a lot of noise, like
Oh, yeah.
shackles. Is that what that is?
That's all day long.
Where inmate Casey White and corrections officer Vicky White escaped on April 29th.
Cracks on the glass.
Yeah, no, that's mild right now. If they get upset about something, you hear. Casey was in that first cell on the left. You can see that first window in that picture we released. He would have set him on one of these benches where he would have prepared him for transport. That means putting handcuffs on him, putting leg shackles on him. Those are connected together. She came in, she came back out, held the door open. He came out this door and then right into the Sally Port.
These pictures in from the U.S. Marshal showing detailed pictures of Casey's tattoos. He's about 300 pounds, 6'9" with hazel eyes.
Do y'all notice them walking out of the jail? It should have been a red flag, but nobody was looking at the time. And it was one of the co-workers where they kept going over and over and over the video. And they said, well, what is it? We don't see. We don't see. Well, it was because Vicky went out the door first. Hell, she went out like they were already free. You know? She went out first. He was behind her. You're always supposed to be behind them or beside them, holding them, but you ain't supposed to be 10 foot in front of them. She was comfortable. She got way too comfortable. Way too comfortable, in my opinion. And also, again, for those coming in, this was not an escape. This was not a transport. This was none of those things. It was planned. It was planned. They took the cop car over. Casey, was set free, had clothes, had shoes. This was planned well in advance. Vicky followed in front of him, though, when they went out the jail. That should have been the first sign. This started, it took a couple years planning, 1 to 2 at least 2. It was planned. There was nothing about this that was not planned. I feel sorry for her mom. Her mom didn't care. Her mom wanted her alive, but her mom didn't get her back in her life. She got her back in a bag. That's horrible, and it's sad. We don't like the crimes that our family does or that our people do, but we still love our children. We still love our children, no matter what. And nobody at that time knew what exactly was going on. Her mother was just as surprised and stunned as everybody was. So was Casey's family, even though there was warning signs with Casey, many warning signs years prior. His family had told the police he was very dangerous, he was very violent, and he was all through his life, although some of his records as a juvenile was sealed, because Alabama's real strict on that. But yeah, he was already going to get 75 years for the murder of the Ridgeway lady. And it's just sad. Let's keep going.
Officials now believe Casey is connected to an Alabama-based white supremacist gang. I knocked on Casey's mom's house to learn more. No one was home. I went to an address listed on his court records as his most recent home. No apartment number even listed.
Do you think this woman that he's with, do you think that she is in danger?
It depends on if Casey's happy. She's probably happy too. But he gets waxed out on meth and something don't go his way, then if she don't know how to handle him, then yeah, anybody could be in danger around him.
And according to court documents, Casey is a father. It's not clear how many children he has. It's also not clear if he's ever been married. And the U.S. Marshal has put out a $10,000 reward in helping to find him. Marnie?
Yeah.
And the sad thing is, she knew this. She broke all the rules, but she was never a rule breaker. And yes, he did do the meth. And I don't know if he did it while they were out. I'm sure he did. He was going to. Excuse me. He was going to ditch her, but he did it in prison, and she knew that. They had over 900 and something phone calls between them. They found during the prison. She was taking calls from him, 900 and something phone calls. I got some of those too somewhere. We got all this up here. So come on in, grab your coffee, grab everything you got. Get comfortable. We're going to be here a while. We already been here a while, and we're going to be here a while more. And I want you to know I appreciate y'all all coming in. I thank you for coming in. Please hit those thumbs up. Let's grow this channel together, and let's do more like this, and let's get more out there to see. That was News Nation. Very good channel. Go subscribe to them. Go like them. Tell them Smiley said hello. Do all of those good things. Hold on just a minute here. Sorry, I was eating a piece of taffy, honey. Hold on a minute.
Each other in the 7 months leading up to the escape that That's how many times accused murderer Casey White and detention officer Vicky White called each other in the 7 months.
That's the one I cannot get to work and I want to work. Hold on a minute. Let me think of something. Let me think.
from the DA's office for a hearing to discuss moving Casey White from a state prison in Bessemer to a jail in Coleman County. That hearing is now set for October 11th. 949. That's how many times accused murderer Casey White and detention officer Vicky White called each other in the 7 months leading up to the escape that captivated the nation. The Lauderdale County Sheriff told us the two were not only forming a romantic relationship, but also the detailed escape. This comes after we also learned a judge approved a request from the DA's office for a hearing to discuss moving Casey White from a state prison in Bessemer to a jail in Coleman County. That hearing is now set for October 11th. 949. That's how many times it
That's what I wanted y'all to hear. 949 times. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money she spent on him before, during, and after. They had a lot of planning going on. That was a lot.
But first, we want to start with Way.
Okay, just making sure my computer's been acting wacky. It's my buttons, my fingers.
31's Matt Kroschel. Our sources say the escape might not have been the first try. Matt joins us live from the jail where it all went down.
And Matt, you've learned investigators are exploring this very real possibility.
And Marie, what we do know is sources telling us here in Lauderdale County that are involved with this investigation that Vicky White took steps on Tuesday before the successful escape on Friday to try a dry run of this escape. All of this happening here at the Lauderdale County Detention Center. What we do know about that possible attempt is that it was not successful. That was until Friday morning when the pair drove right out of this parking lot. Jail officials would neither confirm nor deny this reporting on the record today, and Sheriff Singleton would only say it's very possible Vicky White practiced the escape plan ahead of Friday.
Now, in my opinion, this is just my opinion, Leslie. I don't know anywhere out there that says that she put money on his books. In my opinion, if she put money on his books, I think she would have been caught before this plan ever got underway. It is possible now she put money on his books under another name. That's very possible. She could have did it nefarious under another name. However, she had 949 phone calls. That was under her name because they went back after this. And of course, they investigated her as an officer, and as they should have. And they found that she literally spoke with him back and forth. And those calls are not free, honey. Those calls are more expensive than, 949 times. That's what we just played, Holly. And so she sat on the phone when she was home doing nothing and talked to him. You know, some of them calls were out. I don't know if they're in my videos. Like I said, I still got a lot. Was just, Yep, they did all the things. The phone sex, all the things. Look, it come out. She had even had sex with him in prison before they escaped. So that happened as well. And that happens more than you know, unfortunately.
Friday morning.
Vicky White traveled that route pretty much every day, going and coming to work. So, just on any given day, going or coming to work, she could have, tested it. As far as any overt effort to test the route and so forth, I don't know.
That window of opportunity happening on Friday when that supervisor was able to get Casey White out of the jail alone. They made up a reason for that, a mental health evaluation for Casey White and a doctor's visit for her, giving the pair a nearly 6-hour head start. And we have confirmed that back in 2020, when Casey White was first locked up here in Lauderdale County, there was another escape attempt. In that attempt, officers actually found a shank, and that's when they sent Casey White to the state lockup. There's no indication that Vicky White was involved with that escape attempt. Reporting in Lauderdale County, I'm Matt Kroschel, Way 31 News.
Addison, thank you. And as you just heard, Casey White was in prison for a 2-state crime spree that ended with his arrest in 2015 in Limestone County by then Sheriff Mike Blakely. But that wasn't actually the end of Blakely's contact with Mr. White. And their next encounter paved the way for him to actually wind up in the Lauderdale County Jail. News 19 investigative reporter Dallas Parker joins us now with more on that.
Hell yeah, both of them did. Both of them needed that.
Blakely tells me he received several letters from Casey White when he was a state prisoner in Bessemer. The most significant was his claim that he had knowledge about a cold case murder out of Lauderdale County. Following a 2015 crime spree in 2 states, Casey White was arrested in Limestone County and subsequently sentenced to 75 years in prison. Former Limestone County Sheriff Mike Blakely says White spent several years in the Limestone County Jail before his conviction. But after he was transferred to the Donaldson Correctional Facility in Bessemer, Blakely says he began receiving letters.
After he was in the penitentiary, he wrote me several times. One time telling me that he could solve a murder for Lauderdale County.
In further correspondence, Blakely tells News 19 White was desperate for a transfer.
It's my understanding, according to Casey, he'd been shanked a couple times while he was there in prison. He didn't like it down there and wanted to get back in the county jail.
After confessing, White was charged with the murder of Connie Ridgway in 2020. He later pleaded not guilty.
Oh, honey, let's let them pick and choose, okay?
Prosecutor said White claimed he was paid to kill Ridgway. He was set to go on trial in April of this year, leading to his return to the Lauderdale County Detention Center for pretrial motions. But that trial was continued to June. And White is now on the run with the jail's Assistant Director of Corrections, Vicky White.
They're probably trying to put as much distance between this area and themselves as they possibly can.
Blakely issued a warning for the public.
I would suggest that anyone that comes in contact with him be extremely cautious, and not only that, any officer that comes in contact with him.
And an invitation to Casey White.
Call me, come see me, and let's see if we can straighten this mess out.
Now, former Sheriff Blakely said he's known Casey White since he was a child. In that 2015 encounter, Blakely convinced White to drop his gun and to give himself up to authorities. Now, you can see dash cam video of that standoff on WHNT.com. Barry.
So yeah, there's people that knew him as a child, whether it be personally or through prisons or juvenile or any of that stuff. Casey, you know, he was a good manipulator. He was a good planner. He knew exactly what he was doing. You know, one guy said he finally did what he said he was going to do, and that was got out. Well, he got out for a little while. Yeah, he does look evil, Raymond, don't he? I don't know what she ever saw in him. I really don't know. I don't know. You know, it's all very crazy to me. But those officially lines, they were crossed. They ran out. You know, they crossed the state lines. They used cash. She had sold everything she had, sold her home, moved in with her mom. Gave away her stuff. She avoided when they got out on the road and stuff. There's a recording somewhere she avoided and he avoided all communication with the outside world. It was just him and her, but he was never going to keep her. He was never going to do that. You even saw that in the police records. He told them she was not cut out for that. She wasn't cut out for that. Federal agents got involved, the U.S. Marshals, the FBI. It was all over the news. We all saw it. I reported on it at the time, but it wasn't nothing to this extent. It was tiny. We all was sitting on the edge of our chairs. Are they going to be caught? When they're going to be caught? Did they get caught today? All of those things. But there was a break that came in the case on May 9th, 11 days later, right in Evansville, Indiana. They had crossed state lines. They went over to Indiana. You know, the U.S. Marshals looked at them in a motel. They were going to grab them, but, you know, she kind of foiled the plan when she left. We heard that a while ago. But the surveillance confirms and confirmed at that time that was 100%, both of them there. Police attempted to do the traffic stop, and, you know, Casey, you know, tried to flee the car. Police, you know, they got everything under control. They maneuvered them over, you know, even though they crashed. And that's, you know, when they try to maneuver and get in front of them and all that, that's when the car crashed. But Vicky, she was not going to go to jail. She knew an officer such as herself would not ever make it in prison. And that's exactly where she was going to go. And that's where they wanted her to go. They didn't want her to die. They wanted her alive. But that's where she exactly would have ended up at. But Casey surrendered. Oh, you know, he made it out like a bed of roses, honey. He's still got 3 hots in a cot to this day, you know. Vicky, she shot herself, you know. She was taken to the hospital. They tried to save her, but she later died to her injuries. I think she was shot in the head at the hospital. But officers, FBI's, the marshals, you know, they all say Casey did not shoot her. Her hand was on the trigger. And the medical examiner and the report said she did it to herself. That's one time Casey didn't do it. It didn't matter, though. They still put it, he had other charges. He was already 75 years in prison. He had nothing to lose anyway. But then he had to also go to court on, you know, the other charges. And then this charge, he's got life in there. He'll never get out unless he tries to escape again or sweet talks another. And they plan and overpower somebody that's with them, because you have to have more than one officer with you, period. And a lot of laws have changed on this. There was still aftermath, though. You better believe that. There was a lot of aftermath. You know, Casey was returned back to Alabama. This case, it happened in 22, is still talked about today. But he pled guilty. Well, why not? Why wouldn't he? Hell, he didn't have nothing to lose anyway. But he pleaded guilty to capital murder. Of the other he was going on and all that. He was sentenced to life without parole. So that's where he'll die. I don't buy him telling the other guy he was shanked a couple of times and wanted to be there. I personally, in my opinion, Smiley's opinion only, never, I mean, and I know Alabama's different, all states are different. I don't understand why he wasn't in prison in the first place, why he was in the jail. We don't get to pick and choose where we want to go when we commit a crime. You know, you can stand in front of the judge and say it's easier on my family. And, you know, I might want to go to this prison, or I might, you know, if possible. And it's up to them to try. It don't mean they're always going to get you a bed there or get you there just to help the family out. It ain't for you, but we don't get to pick and choose. But why was he in jail? I don't understand that. There was an internal investigation afterwards. The policy changes came nationwide. It's mandatory 2 officers always has to transport an inmate, period. But there's now enhanced training, especially on manipulation. You got to go through academies. You got to pass the exams. You got to do all the things. A lot of changes came. So the escape, it wasn't a kidnapping. The escape, it didn't start in the hallway. It didn't start with just, I love you, honey. It built up over time. 994 calls. It was planning with permission. They should have never been given or been around him or whatever. I mean, they could have. There was prisoners that knew. There was people that knew. Nobody even wanted to lighten their load, though. They wasn't fucking with Casey. Just saying, because I think, in my opinion, he was too big. They feared him, in my opinion. It ended, but it ended with her life, not her retirement. It ended with her life. She's gone forever. Things will never be the same. April 29, 2022, Vicky White. She used her last authority. She did it falsely. She's going to transport, allegedly, Casey White handcuffed in a patrol car to court for an evaluation. And then she told him she was going to a doctor's appointment after, so she'd be leaving the rest of the day early after that. She was going by herself. Nobody questioned her. That was none of her plans. None of them. All of it was pre-staged, pre-arranged. 2 cars bought. The police car was left at the shopping center. He had clothes. Then she went and bought him clothes in Kohl's. They got a motel for 14 days. They didn't make it 14 days. They caught him after 11 days. They was caught in Indiana. Let's continue to watch some more.
Tonight, only on Fox 6, Casey and Vicky White's 10-day run from the law captured national attention before it ended in a ditch in southwest Indiana.
We know how the story ends, but what were those last moments like before the end of the pair's escape? On Your Side, investigator Jonathan Hardison takes a closer look at how this case finally came to an end.
Not before he went to prison. No, they didn't know each other.
In this Sally Port at the Lauderdale County Jail, April 29th, 2022, with a quiet, shackled shuffle to a patrol car.
Crash out in an open field along Baumgart.
Ended 10 days later with a series of violent collisions and a gunshot in this ditch hundreds of miles and 3 states away. You've likely seen some of this video of the capture of Vicky and Casey White, but now for the first time, we're learning exclusive new details about the last minutes of their run from the law and what happened in the chaotic last few minutes of Vicky's life. The Marshals Task Force tracking the pair knew they'd made it to Evansville, Indiana, because a car wash owner there found the truck the pair had used in their escape, but marshals weren't sure they were still in the area until an Evansville police detective called in a tip he had seen a Cadillac matching the description of a car the investigators thought the Whites were using parked at this motel.
We were able to get our binoculars out and just kind of watch. We just kind of stayed right there and watched that. I saw the white female walk out, which later was Vicky White, obviously, but she had a wig on, and I couldn't really recognize her because she did have that waddle kind of.
Yep, the Vicky White
like you saw
case, Vicky White,
the jail footage and stuff.
and Casey Cole
So
White.
I knew that was her, and then a short time later, Casey came out, and he had a crutch.
These are some of the most wanted folks in the country at the moment. What's going through your mind?
What's out of the ordinary is why they're in Evansville, Indiana, which is not a small town, but it's not a big town. It's just how they end up here.
But the idea obviously was to contain the situation to that very small area.
It was. They put everybody else in danger on the roadway, and we didn't want that.
But before marshals could get an armored personnel carrier and more assets in place, the Whites took off, but only made it about a mile up Highway 41 when they tried to turn onto a side street, but ended up racing through the parking lot and then the grass of this plant.
Myself and another officer who was behind me decided to continue traveling south and come through this grassy area, and that's what we did. And
Kind of pinching them in, basically.
Yes, they got water there. They have this large ditch right here. You're not going to get a car through this either. Where the actual car stopped from when I hit them, we were probably maybe less than 3 feet from the actual ditch. They were parallel with the ditch, and I came around and struck them in the driver's side front bumper areas.
That impact knocked Indiana State Trooper Justin Bean's rifle out of place.
I reached down to grab that, and as I came back up to get on target, that's when I saw a firearm come up from the passenger side, which we knew where Vicky was standing at. And I saw Kurt and a couple of the other vehicles, other officers start to get out of their vehicles, giving orders. And right about that time, Casey decided he was starting to comply, I believe. And he started to put his foot outside the vehicle, but then simultaneously put it right back in. And that's when another deputy struck their vehicle, causing them to go into the ditch and landed on the passenger side. And I jumped out of my vehicle, and seconds to milliseconds later is when I heard the first gunshot go off.
You'd seen Vicky with a weapon. It was pretty clear that she had fired on herself.
At that point, obviously you don't know. You can tell that this ditch is approximately 4 feet tall. It covered up about half the car. So we weren't really sure where that actually went. And we also have lights, sirens, and all that going on. None of us other officers were aware if it was the suspects that were firing or if an officer saw what I saw and took a shot at the time. I could see him through the front windshield of the car. He was yelling and repeating that Vicky had shot herself. Casey was able to stick his hands out straight up out the window and show us that he was not armed at the time. We still really could not see Vicky. I'm not a small guy myself, but he was quite large, very tall, and as I started to pull him out, I needed assistance pulling him out because he just kept coming out of the vehicle.
And now we're learning for the first time from investigators, they determined the bullet that Vicky White fired on herself ended up exiting her head and hitting Casey White in the back of the head.
And that they obviously cared for one another, at least on, as you know, in Casey's aspect of it. You could definitely tell that he was very concerned for her health, especially after the incident. The only way that it would have been better for everybody is if they would have just given up peacefully, which is what we ultimately want in any scene or any scenario that we're dealing with.
The Marshals Task Force in Southern Indiana has already apprehended more than 200 suspects in the first half of this year. And Trooper Bean says that experience helped them manage a situation that could have ended much more violently.
I would say this is probably, it's in my top 5, maybe my top 2. I've been doing this quite some time, and a lot of stuff that we do kind of goes under the radar, but it's meant to go under the radar. But there's also bigger cases that I've been involved in and that I'm proud to have been involved in. But I would say this is definitely near the top.
Casey White is now serving a life sentence for his role in that escape. Now, he could still face charges in the death of Connie Ridgway, but prosecutors in that case have filed a motion to suspend that trial, arguing in part that he won't be eligible for parole until 2081. Jonathan Hardison.
Yeah, he'll be like 98 or 99 years old. Excuse me. He'll be way old at that point. But I think they're all getting their just, in my opinion. Sorry, I was trying to look at something. Hold on.
A former corrections officer at the center of a nationwide manhunt while on the run with an accused killer was laid to rest today. The funeral for Vicky White wrapped up a short time ago in Lauderdale County. White 31's Xavier Wary joins us now live. Xavier?
Hey, Nicole. So White's funeral was held at Center Hill Cemetery in Lexington, Alabama. And for those that attended today's event, or today's funeral rather, it gave them an opportunity to receive some closure as friends and family members got to say their final goodbyes. Now, Vicky White, who formerly worked for the Lauderdale County Detention Center, was front and center in the news nationwide as police tried to find her and the accused killer she sprung from jail. The pair went from Lauderdale County to Tennessee all the way to Indiana, where the two would eventually be found. Vicky White shot herself in the head as U.S. Marshals moved in after a brief chase. The manhunt lasted 11 days, and many of Vicky White's colleagues say that she was extremely kind and treated everyone fairly. Vicky White passed away at the age of 56. She is survived by a mother, a father, and various family members. But for now, we are live in Lauderdale County. Xavier Wary, Wake 31 News.
Welcome back to another episode of Grizzly True Crime. My name is Gisela Kay, and today we finally find out what Vicky White bought in that adult store. I've been really curious about it, and it's good to just clear up some details. And never did I think it would be stockings. Just stockings.
Y'all go
not the wigs.
Up to Grizzly.
Stockings. Interesting.
Grizzly True
So
Crime.
I'm in the middle of making a presentation for you guys for the upcoming streams this week. But when I saw this, I'm like, what? And had to make a video. So let's get into it. Okay, so I'm just going to dive right in. If you are brand new here and this is your very first time viewing one of my videos, welcome to the Grizzly community. I hope that you consider subscribing, hitting the bell, leaving a comment below. Read the comments below as well to see what a wonderful community this is, and I hope that you will become part of us. For everyone who's already a Grizzly and followed this case, whoa, let's look at this. And if you didn't follow this case at all, there is an entire playlist for you, which is linked in the description box below. And last thing before I get started, thank you to everyone who sent me PayPals, buy me a coffees, and super thanks. Thank you for that. It's like a little heart with a $, which you'll see below the video. Thank you for those as well, for becoming a YouTube member, a Patreon, and all that stuff. Thank you for supporting the work that I do. Just by viewing this video, you're already supporting me, so please don't feel pressured to do anything. Thank you for doing that, just hitting the thumbs up and leaving a comment below. Okay, so let's get into this. They say exclusive. Alabama sex shop worker says Vicky White called in to buy stockings and browse sex toys days before busting murderer lover Casey White out of jail. So let's skip the bullet points and just go right into it. Just days before she sprang her lover Casey White from jail, Vicky White bought sexy stockings and browsed the sex toy section of a local adult store. I could have guessed 100 things. I would not have guessed that. Vicky, 56, visited adult novelty store Sugar and Spice in Florence, Alabama, which we looked at on map time before where that was, as she prepared for the breakout, of which she has been labeled the mastermind. Earlier, She visited a nearby Kohl's store and bought men's clothing for White, 38, to change into after she walked him out of Lauderdale County Jail on Friday, April 29th, under the auspices of taking him for a mental health check. Now, Anna Jackson, 38, who served Vicky in Sugar and Spice that day, has spoken for the first time and given an insight into the woman who shocked all who knew her when she walked out on her life and her career for the now notorious criminal awaiting trial for capital murder. Jackson knew her too, so that was a surprise to me too. I'm like, oh, maybe Vicky was just there for like an alibi to be like, remember you saw me that day? You know, people started asking around. I don't know, but Jackson knew her too. She said, I knew Vicky from when I spent 4 months in Lauderdale County Jail a while back. So there is a picture of her as well. There is the shop that we looked at before on the map as well. I was in active addiction then, and Vicky was the one who transported me for my court dates and whatnot. So we had an opportunity to talk to each other. She recalled, one of my court dates, I was having a hard time coping and seeing what my life was going to be like. And Vicky was the one who said, you got this. I get the vibe that Vicky was like a coach type, you know, like a bit of a mentor type. And maybe that's what she felt she was doing with Casey. You know, she seemed like a helper, right? And as some of you have commented, a bit of a fixer, you know? Okay, so anyway, moving along. She said, in fact, Jackson recalled she'd been excited to tell Vicky that she was 2 years clean when the former assistant director of Lauderdale County Correctional Facility stepped into the store that day. She said, it actually hurt my feelings that she didn't really acknowledge it. Vicky was different that day. She was changed. For someone who had been so supportive, she just didn't react when I told her my news. Now I feel like I sound like a baby saying that, knowing what was going on with her at the time, but then I had no idea. I just knew she wasn't herself. Jackson continued, she seemed rushed and distracted. She only spent 10, maybe 15 minutes in the store. As you know, I like to draw lessons out of things. And the one lesson that I'll even take for myself out of that, maybe you will too, is not to take things personally. If someone else is having a bad day or maybe is a bit colder or rude or something, don't take things personally. I should write that down. I take a lot of things personally. Write that down, people. Okay, moving right along. The store, just off Florence Boulevard in the northern part of the Alabama town, is divided into two sections. One side features sexy lingerie and kink gear. The other is devoted to sex toys and accessories. According to Jackson, Vicky attended a sex toy party held by the store for the women who work at Lauderdale County Jail just a few months ago. My first thought was, like that's an interesting teamwork activity organized by the jail. However, maybe the thought process is to, you know, show them what's the best on the market in this industry so that maybe they don't jump on an inmate. I don't know. Is it normal? Is that a normal like team outing? I would not like that. Team building. We're going to a sex toy party. What?
Normal.
Okay. The event was held at a venue that the store no longer owns and was a fun evening intended to drive sales and introduce the woman to some of the store's products. But Vicky wasn't in the market for many of the accoutrements on sale in the section of the store that the day that she visited ahead of her escape with White. Jackson recalled that Vicky had a quick look around the sex toys section before stepping back out and saying, I'd better wait. Like, wait for what? Better wait? What? I'd better wait. Okay, instead, she left having purchased only a pair of sexy stockings. I think she just went there for the stockings. What are you guys thinking? Today, Jackson admits that had she known what was going on in Vicky's mind or what she was planning, she would have tried to caution her against it. She said, of course, I'd have tried to say something. But she said she doubts that anything or anyone would have made any difference. She said, you can't stop a person when they're driven by love.
Something.
True. And according to Jackson, knowing Vicky as she did, I feel like for some reason she fell in love with him. She loved him, and she was not doing what she did to hurt nobody. She did it because she loved him. I don't know him at all, but we can all fall for the wrong guy, and the universe does crazy things.
She might have been lonely. She might have loved him. She might have thought she loved him. She might have fell in love with him. But he didn't love her. He didn't love her. These inmates do not love you. They want their books filled. They want their money. They want somebody to talk to. They're lonely in there. Hell, one guard even said he tried her one time. Miss So-and-so, do you think I can give you a hug? Because I hadn't touched a woman in so long. And she said, hell no. Hell no. That's what Vicky should have said. Hell no. Hell to the no, no, no.
Okay, so yes, we can all fall for the wrong guy, but rule number one, let's not let them out of prison. Okay, don't unlock those gates. That's a no-no. Okay, so moving right along. The day they heard that Vicky and White's time on the run had ended with her death from an apparently self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head, Jackson and her colleague Tina Wright, 26, switched off the lights, closed up the store, and had a moment of silence in Vicky's memory. Above all, the one thing Jackson said she remembers about Vicky is she never judged us. She was one of the ones you were happy to have about in jail. If you needed anything, Vicky would get it for you if she could. There are a lot of people who are doing okay today because Vicky helped them. So maybe she wasn't only giving very special treatment to Casey. Maybe she was very kind and nurturing to a lot of inmates, you know? Or inmates, is that the correct word at the correctional facility? Yes? Okay, whatever she did, she didn't deserve to die the way that she did. Casey White really loved Vicky White, is devastated by her death, and wept openly on a prison call to his mother the day after the prison guard shot herself in the head. Interesting, we didn't know that either. Speaking exclusively to dailymail.com, White's mother, Connie is talking more. Connie Moore said, they were just two people who really loved each other. It's just so sad, and I worry for Casey. I spoke to him yesterday, and he was crying and saying he couldn't believe she was gone. As you guys said, no more extra biscuits. I don't know. I struggle a little bit to believe like how much emotional range he has. You know, he might be pulling heartstrings now. I'm not sure though. Maybe he really is devastated. Moore was talking for the first time since her son's 11-day stretch on the lam with Vicky came to a dramatic and tragic end. Okay, so here's Casey White's mother. We've also not seen a picture of her before. There she is. This article is just jam-packed. Well done, Daily Mail. Oh my word. Now you know why I'm like, wait, what? I mean, I just was like, put on a cap, get that microphone ready, start making a video. Because when I saw this article, I'm like, what? I couldn't wait to share it with you guys. He was recaptured, and Vicky, 56, died after a high-speed car chase in Evansville, Indiana, ending with the couple's car rammed into a ditch by law enforcement. Vicky died in hospital hours later from an apparently, I like how they keep saying allegedly and apparently, self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. The reason I like it is because I know we still have so many questions. I listen to that audio still and I'm like, it makes no sense. It just makes no sense. The timing of it all, you know? Anyway, and yes, we've listened to the whole 7-minute one. Yes, we have together. Okay, so in the moments after the shot was fired, White could be heard appealing to law enforcement to help for help for his wife. White, inmate number 00282371, is now back in Alabama, where he has been transferred to the maximum security William E. Donaldson Correctional Facility near Bessemer. That's like the place he really absolutely doesn't want to be. Of course, he hated it so much there.
See, in my opinion, he should have been there to begin with. He shouldn't have got a choice to where he wanted to be, and he should have been held in maximum. You know, if he was having a problem with other inmates, he didn't mind telling. So he was 6'9" and 6'9" and over 300 pounds. And you mean to tell me that he had nothing to lose already and he couldn't just whip somebody's ass and take care of himself? What? He was already a violent person. So Why did he get the choice to write and say he wanted to be moved? And why should he have had it any easier than anybody else? There was probably some in there that just had marijuana charges being pulled over that literally got their shit dumped out on the side of the road and probably was in the jail and, okay. But he had nothing to lose. So I don't know why. This story, in my opinion, was not about romance. It was, or the headlines either, really. It was about how quietly things can go wrong and go wrong very, very, very fast. It can go sideways, in my opinion. But that's just me.
Which is pretty much, I suppose, how the whole plan started. Because he hates it so much there. He's really suffering there, I believe.
Hey,
Now,
drop
Noor has
the link
revealed
on through
that he
here,
called
people
Vicky
that
his
love
wife during
her.
his time in prison too. She said Vicky was really, really good to him. Just being there for him, talking with him, they had a real
Hey,
thing.
H. David,
You see, it
no
sounds
problem.
like Connie knew this all along. Because initially she was like, I don't know, I didn't know it was her. But you did. She said Vicky was really, really good to him. She knew about this lady who was there, not every day. Every day when he was in the Lauderdale County Correctional Facility, which he'd been there now for the second time, I believe. Yes, but she also called him when he was in the William E. Donaldson Correctional Facility, maximum security prison. She also called him, she wrote him letters and all that stuff. So I think Connie knew all along. He was calling her his wife even when he was in prison. I just sort of went along with it. I didn't say you shouldn't or whatever. It made him happy. There has been much speculation that it was in fact White who pulled the trigger on his lover. Now his mother has slammed that idea, saying he's very upset. I know he loved her. He talked to me for over a year about how he had a friend, how nice she was, and how he loved her. Okay. Let's walk in there, escorted out of court arraignment. That picture though, whoa, I'm still like, what happened there? It looks really painful either way. Sure. Right? Oh my word. Okay, so there they've mapped out the whole thing. We've seen this as well. He never told me her name and I was shocked. Okay, here she says, he never told me her name and I was shocked when I learned who it was. But he would never hurt her. I told the FBI and the marshals too that he would not hurt her. Visibly emotional, Moore said, I don't know what she was thinking in the end. They couldn't have got out and run. Casey couldn't run. And where was...
In my opinion, I don't care what somebody's didn't do, or how redeemed they are. You don't know what somebody's thoughts are when they're in that position. You can't guarantee that nobody's going to hurt nobody. Just stop it with the figure of speech, because you don't know. His own family said he was violent since he was a kid, and so did sheriff's office. You think he loved her? He didn't give a damn about her. He didn't care. He didn't care about his own life. He didn't care about nobody else but getting out with a little freedom. That's it. He didn't care that he was going back. He knew he would go back eventually.
Would he hide if he did? 6'9". No, I'm glad they didn't run. Asked if she had any message for Vicky's grieving family, Moore said, I would just say I'm very sorry about it. And from all that I've heard from Casey and everyone, that she was a very good person. I just hated with all my heart that it happened. She said, but Casey is not the monster that they posted him to be. I think it's so sad that the comments that the whole world has have made fun of both them and a situation like this. It is a ridiculous situation, though. Anyway, I read 1,000 comments and nobody has a good word to say about any one of them. Imagine if we were to enable such behavior. Anyway, and be kind and super empathic to shame these poor people. That's when we go into the dangerous ground of saying, shame, poor Ted Bundy and all that. It's a boundary. No. Anyway, moving right along. Assistant Director of Lauderdale Correctional Facility, Vicky, walked out on her life and 17 years of unblemished service. She had received Employee of the Year award 5 times and was about to be awarded with the honor again when she sprang White from jail and went on the run. And there's that the Motel 41 in Evansville. They stayed in room 150. Whew. They had a whole arsenal of weapons. Of course, I wouldn't say lots of cash compared to how much they started with. Friends and former colleagues have been left baffled by Vicky's actions. Speaking about Vicky's forthcoming award, Lauderdale County Sheriff Rick Singleton said, "I think it just shows the kind of person that we thought she was." According to White's mother, Vicky was one of the few good women in her son's life. All his trouble, she said, stem from 2 things: drugs and women, and the bad choices that her son has made with both. Okay, she said, all of the women that he's been with have emotional problems, and Casey has a big heart and just wants to help people. I feel a toxic relationship is what's being described here. I've been in those because I'm also a giver and a helper, but you can sometimes give and give, and then the other party might just take and take, you know. So it could potentially have been a very toxic and, of course, inappropriate relationship. The laundry list of violent felonies that have seen White sentenced to 75 years in prison and facing a capital murder charge for which he will stand trial next month may speak against his mother's assessment of her 6'9" son as a peaceable giant, but Moore is insistent. I also want to say someone commented, I'm so sorry, I don't remember what your name was, commented that it's okay to fall in love or to love people, but what was the but? It's like, for me, I'm just like, but don't let them out of prison. My mind still goes there. Oh yes, but she was saying if Vicky really loved Casey.
Listen, that's what I always say. Your heart wants what your heart wants. I don't try to control anybody's feelings. You can't tell anybody how to feel. You can't tell anybody who to love. You just can't do that. You can, but it don't matter. You can't. Feelings are feelings, regardless, good, bad, and different. It don't matter. But look, he seeked her out. She had the power, to stop this. She didn't have to act. One thing you don't have to do, you don't have to act on your feelings. That goes for married people. That goes for people in partnerships. That goes for prisoners and inmates. You don't have to act. I want a lot of things, but I don't go out and steal them. You got to work hard. You got to, but I don't tell nobody how to feel. But you're right. She didn't have to help plan this for 2 years, which she did, and also break the rules, every rule that she ever believed in, because she was very ethical according to everybody. She didn't have to do this. She could have stopped at any time. She could have went ahead and retired and got the hell on out of the system. She took a chance. She wanted to do it. It was a choice, and she took it, and she did it. I hope that 5 minutes of pleasure was worth all of this. All of it.
And she just wanted to be in a relationship with him. She should have resigned from her job. But like kind of having your cake and eating it too, being on the job, even having him there. Now it's almost like a workplace, it is a workplace relationship. Like, what is going on? That is just, it would have been better if she had just resigned, like she did, but without letting him out. Resign. Don't sell your home. Visit him as much as you like. Anyway, she said, the main thing for Casey has always been the drugs and the woman. So the problem is the drugs and the woman. It's not Casey and his behavior. Okay. Growing up, he was just a basic country kid. He was always tall, but nobody tried to pick a fight with Casey because of it. He was never violent, but when there were drugs there, he would do them, and it went from bad to worse. And this mother, she was involved in a DV situation with Casey. He got charged for it in 2006. And then he also got charged for domestic assault by hitting another family member with an axe handle, I believe it was. To say he was never violent. He's got a whole history of violence against his own family members. Then he tried to kill his ex-girlfriend. He also killed her dog and held 2 men hostage. A lot of denial going on here. A lot of denial. I'm sure you all saw the clips of Vicky White's
Yeah, his ex-girlfriend. Let's speak about her a minute. He tried to kill her, and not only that, he shot her dog. He shot her dog and killed her dog. He was evil. Wasn't nothing about him good. He was definitely a criminal, period. But he knew 101 what he was doing. He was violent. His own family said that. He was a very violent person. You know, but sometimes I guess when loneliness meets up with manipulation, that's just not a good mix. And trust replaces it, or it don't replace accountability. I'm sorry. There were red flags. There was red flags that was waved and waved and waved and waved yet again. Just all because someone seems safe. They ain't safe. You ain't safe nowhere, honey. Look, I feel these stories not because they're easy, not because some people's good. It's not about that. These stories are not easy. These stories, most of them are not good in any way, shape, or form. Not physically, not mentally. None of that. It's draining. It's draining to research. It's draining to listen. It's draining to come on here and listen over again once you've done listened and read and researched. Over and over again. Silence is easier. But easy is not always the right thing. People need to hear. People need to go back. Silence helps no one. Everyone needs to hear these things. Everyone needs to hear these things even when they're not fresh. They need to go back. You always learn more after you go back, in my opinion. I know I do. But to me, the truth matters. Understanding how these things even happen matter. They really matter. Or understanding, trying to understand how they work. That matters. Trying to understand how these things even happens, it matters. It's a puzzle, and I'm going to tell y'all, don't ever send me no puzzle as a gift. I don't like puzzles. I don't like to sit down and put together the pieces. I don't like the puzzles. I had one puzzle one time that I actually did, and that was one of Happy, and I still have it in there. Not Happy, it was a Boston Terrier, looked just like Happy. People put puzzles together, they glue them together, they put them in frames. They used to frame all of them. It passes time, it does a lot of things. They're pretty when they're finished, when they're complete. I don't like puzzles. Just telling you now. But all this matters, in my opinion. Every bit of it and every life matters. They knew this was not going to end well. And if she hadn't took her own life, I guarantee you he would have ended up taking her life from her.
graveside service. So I'm not going to show it now because it's really short. They hardly showed anything. You know, there was almost nothing to see there. So I'm sure you checked it out. If you didn't, just check it out on YouTube, and I'll link it below as well so you can see it. But yes, she has been buried, and what an ending to such a wild case. I mean, that's not how any of us saw it going at all. I didn't even know that they would ever be caught. I really do think a lot of us gave them a little bit too much credit in the planning process. I think they really were, especially Vicky, that she was really in love, and that can obviously cloud your logical thinking capabilities. So for me, the things that they still bug me is, of course, the 911 call, whether that's Vicky or OnStar. There's a whole debate going on about that. Why on earth they even decided to leave the truck at a car wash?
Me either, girl. Me either.
And for Casey to walk around like that, knowing there's cameras everywhere, leave the keys in the ignition, a Glock case in the center compartment, and a bottle. It was like a Gatorade or something bottle. I mean, they would have DNA on it too. Were they hoping someone would steal it? That's kind of a weird plan, because even stealing it would be on camera. So there's no point in that. I almost have a feeling that this homeless person they paid to help them book the room, that they wanted him to maybe even pick up the car. Maybe he chickened out last minute. I don't know. It's just so weird that they left the car there like that. And then James Stinson, who we still don't know if he's getting the reward or not, he saw the surveillance footage and he's like, what? Like this is the dude. That's Casey. And so because of him, he saw Casey leave the car there, run across the road, and get into a Cadillac where Vicky she'd picked him up in this Cadillac. That makes no sense to me. Never mind Vicky saying the airbags are gonna go off. Let's get out and run. And then we're supposed to believe the very next thing is unaliving herself. It just, man, it boggles the mind. And to also think that they'd booked a 14-day stay at this motel. Why? If they had just been on the run, they could have gone to Alaska, Canada. I know Canada would be difficult to get into, but we thought that Vicky was a mastermind planning every step. But even if they just maybe stayed on the run, they could have definitely.
Okay, I just looked it up. It says James Stinson, the car wash guy, he did not officially receive the government-issued reward for the tip, but helped lead to the capture of those inmates, Casey White and Vicky White. James Stinson, the car wash owner in Evansville, Indiana, spotted the vehicle that was connected to the fugitives and called the authorities, providing surveillance footage, and that helped law enforcement locate Vicky and Casey White. You know, Alabama Governor Kay Ivey directed a $5,000 reward for the valuable assistance in the case. However, that reward was issued to someone who chose to remain anonymous, not to Stinson. I don't think that's fair. In my opinion, I think he should have got the reward. That's just me and myself and I. But, you know, whatever it is, what it is, water under the bridge. And it shouldn't be about money to help catch people like that. But authorities did not publicly disclose who did get the official reward. And Simpson said he wasn't sure if he was the recipient of it. So it was later reported that he did not get the official reward. A lot of people felt Stinson deserved recognition for there was a GoFundMe fundraiser, and it was started to raise money for him. Connie Ridgway's son, the family of the murder victim, said Casey White had been awaiting trial and, personally thanked the car wash guy, personally encouraged him to accept the raised funds, which included more than $5,000 from that effort. So I don't think Stinson even wanted the reward. So I don't know, officially who got it. It might be out there, but I don't know. But there was public raised money for the reward through GoFundMe page, and that's what it's telling. That's what it's telling. But it shouldn't be about money. If you see something, say something.
Definitely, I'm not trying to teach them how to do more of this, but it's just bizarre, like so bizarre that they just decided to kind of crash at that motel. To me, I think it just shows there was chemistry between them, and those stockings were packed. I wonder if they were found, in that motel room. Oh my word. Anyway, thank you so much for watching. I will see you again later. I'm doing
I agree. I agree. Wonder if them stockings, honey, went in there with her. She probably didn't even know where those stockings are, to be honest with you. You know, where they were at the time. She probably forgot to pack them. She's probably like me when I forgot to pack a brush 2 or 3, 4 or 5 times, honey. She probably did not know. Probably didn't care at that point. That should have been the least of her worries, was a damn pair of stockings. Just saying.
Now at 10, a former sheriff in North Alabama reacting to never-before-seen footage and exclusive interviews featured in ABC's 2020 episode, A Case of Love or Coercion. Good evening to you. I'm Nicole Williams. Rick Singleton was the top dog in Lauderdale County when corrections officer Vicky White helped Casey White escape and go on the run for more than a week. My co-anchor Dan Schaefer spent the evening watching the special episode with Singleton. They both join us live now with details and their thoughts. Dan.
Yeah, thanks, Nicole. And Sheriff, thank you very much for doing this for us. We appreciate it. It was amazing. We all lived through those 11 days here in North Alabama. Nobody more involved in it than you, obviously. You say you got about 2 hours of sleep a night during that time. Incredible. It was an edge of your seat to see that condensed into 2 hours. You knew, you say, that this was going to be a national story.
Well, I figured out pretty soon. We went up to Spring Hill, Tennessee on Saturday night. We got a ping on that burner phone that she had. And it was just north of Spring Hill, within 12 miles or so, where they abandoned the Ford Edge the day before. At the time, we couldn't find anything. We dismissed it. I think now, looking back, it's probably a good lead. They were probably in the woods up there somewhere, because it's a very wooded area where we got the ping.
But you said if they don't catch them in the next 24 hours or so, this is...
On the way home, I told the chief, I said, if we don't get them all back in custody in the next day or so, I said, this thing's going to go national.
How did nobody know that she was having this romantic affair with Casey?
She just kept it very well concealed. And of course, obviously some of the inmates, you know, in hindsight, suspected something was going on, but none of them came forward.
Yeah. You said you knew from the beginning, or you felt from the beginning, that Vicky was coerced into this. Every fiber of your being, you said, knew that she was coerced. She didn't go willing.
Absolutely. My first gut reaction was that she had been overpowered and taken against her will. And we found out pretty soon that that didn't appear to be the case. So that only left two options. She was either voluntarily participated, or she was coerced or threatened into assisting Casey get out of jail. And the fact that Casey had alluded in his confession that he was paid to kill Connie Ridgway gave, in my mind, was motive for someone to do something like coerce or threaten her to help him escape, knowing that she's probably the only one that could pull it off.
So he was threatening her family. In your thought, he was probably threatening her family, and that's why she had to do it.
I really felt like that had to be the case, because Vicky White was just not someone who would do this.
Imagine that. You knew her for how long?
The 8 years I was sheriff, and I still, to this day, have a hard time wrapping my head around the fact that she actually did this voluntarily and on her own.
Did she have too much authority at the jail?
She did, and we changed that. The biggest flaw we had was in her job description. It wasn't the policies or procedures. They were in place. They just weren't followed. But the reason that she was able to pull this off was we gave her too much authority in the movement of inmates.
Finally, I want a couple of more questions here. Did you?
I agree. Even at her level, even though that they gave her way too much authority. I don't think anybody, I don't care who they are, should have that much authority on their own, because especially nowadays in the way things are. But, you know, she worked her way up. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to take that away from her. She worked her ass off to get where she was at. I don't think she went into it intentionally thinking this was ever going to happen to her or ever would happen. She went in with integrity, but she come out with no retirement. Her life was lost. Her family was destroyed. And there sits Casey, still 6'9", probably still over 300 pounds, and probably hitting on the next one, working on the next one. Just saying.
This all happened, obviously, on your watch. Did you feel some responsibility, and is that something you deal with even now?
Absolutely. I mean, the buck stopped on my desk when I was in this office, and I was responsible. Every inmate in that county jail is the responsibility of the sheriff, whether they're state inmates or the town drop. He's the responsibility of the sheriff. So at the end of the day, I'm the one responsible for Casey White, why he's in that facility.
Mm-hmm. I understand there's a book perhaps in the works. Is there something about this story that hasn't been told yet?
Most of it is out there, but the 11 days that thing went on, there's only one person that has the perspective of the sheriff during those 11 days, and that's myself, because I was the sheriff, and I lived it for 11 days. And as you mentioned, got very little sleep during those 11 days, and every moment of every day hoping I'd get that phone call that we've got them.
Yeah, and nobody was hurt. Unfortunately, it ended in tragedy for Vicky White. To this day, you're not convinced that it was that she shot herself on purpose.
I'm not 100% convinced. I know the death certificate says self-inflicted gunshot wound, which there's no question about that. It was self-inflicted. Vicky had the gun in her hand. She pulled the trigger. The question is, did she do it intentionally or was it accidental?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not 100% to this day convinced it was intentional. My first thought was, well, the airbag went off. She had the gun in her hand, her finger on the trigger, that the gun accidentally went off. I found out later the airbag didn't deploy. So that was certainly not something that could have happened. But then I thought, well, maybe the impact from the crash, caused the gun to go off. And I've seen the autopsy report. I've seen the autopsy photographs, and the wound itself. Typically if someone commits suicide, the bullet track goes side to side. This bullet track goes more right front to rear center. And
well, we'll never know. Obviously,
we'll never know.
Yeah. Sheriff, thank you again for sitting down with us and watching this 2020 special with us. We appreciate it, and thank you for everything you did during those.
Welcome back, everyone. We do have the major developments in a story making national headlines. The fugitives from Alabama have been arrested here in Evansville. We've been following this story throughout the day with live updates. We're going to give you another one right now with 44 News reporter Ella Shemwell, who has these developments. Ella?
Well, the scene is cleared now, but we are over here on 41 and Birch Drive. But I want to draw some attention to Mr. James Simpson. You are the manager at the Weinbach Car Wash, and you actually were the first one to spot both Whites at the car wash, and that was last Tuesday, right?
Yeah, last Tuesday. Yeah, they were there last Tuesday afternoon around 4:30.
So you saw the truck and you knew kind of something was off, right? And that's why you called it in.
It was sticking out of the bay. I knew something was out of normal. I kept watching. Every time I'd leave, it was there. Every time I come back, it was still there. Going back and forth. It was there all night. I got up at 6 o'clock the next morning to take my granddaughter to school. It was still there. So I took her to school, and I thought, I'm going to investigate that when I get back. So I got back around 7:30. I actually noticed that the truck had Tennessee license plates on it. And I thought, oh, my God, this could be this guy from Alabama. So I walked up casually and looked over in the truck to see if somebody's in there, because I thought he could be passed out, asleep, dead, whatever. So there wasn't nobody in the truck. I opened the door, looked inside, the keys were in. I started the truck up. It started, so I know there ain't nothing wrong with it. So I Googled the local police department's phone number on my phone because I didn't want to call 911. It wasn't an emergency. So I called them. I said, can you send the car out? I've got a suspicious vehicle in my car wash. See, I will have one right out. So I go on about dumping the trash in the back and everything. He shows up, and I don't even know he's there. He runs the plate, says it's not stolen. He leaves.
And it turns out Tri-State Cone Company.
No.
Right?
I go back to school, get my granddaughter, 10:30. She's out. I come back. I called him back. I said, Y'all, how come you ain't been there? Well, the officer's been there. He called it. It's not, but we'll send him back to you. He comes back to me the second time. He gets out. He looks in the truck. He says, "Oh my God, there's a gun lock. It might be a gun." There's no gun. He starts the truck. He tells me, he said, "There's nothing I can do." I said, "I can. I'll call Tri-State. I'll have it towed." That's what I done. I called Tri-State Towing. I had it towed. So obviously yesterday I get a call from the United States Marshal Service in Alabama. They asked me, said, "Did you have a car towed to a tow yard?" I said, "Yes, I did." He said, "Can you tell me what tow yard it is?" I said, "Yeah, Tri-State Towing." So, okay. I said, "That's that guy from Alabama." And he said, "Yeah, we think it is. We're not sure. We think it is." I said, "Okay." So I lost my train of thought.
Well, that's okay. So you knew it was them immediately because you've been keeping up with the news. You said the Tennessee license plate struck.
Fox News all the time.
Yeah, exactly.
And I keep up with. I see all the interviews. I see them. They said they're down there in Tennessee in a cabin hall and all. But anyway, I looked at my video. I seen the tattoo on his arm. I pulled this picture up on my phone of him down in Alabama. The tattoos matched. They held up and they matched. So that's when I called the marshal back. I said, "It's him." So I go back. He said, "We'll have a team of marshals at your place in 30 minutes. They never showed up last night. He called me back, said, "We'll be there at 9 o'clock in the morning." I said, "Okay, fine." So I go back and watch my cameras again. That's when I seen his girlfriend pull up in a Cadillac and pick him up. So then I called the marshals back this morning. I said, "Look, she's still with him. I got her on camera." He said, "Oh, well, you're the bomb. We need to see that video." I said, "Okay." So then 9:30, they're not here. So I said, I get on the phone to Fox News. I said, "Y'all want a story?" "Yeah, we like a story." I said, "I got one." So I got a convict over at my car wash. I got him on camera. He said, "You talking about the one in Kentucky?" I said, "No, I'm talking about the one in Alabama with the girl." He said, "Okay, we'll be right there." They showed up. They got there 10 minutes before the marshals.
It was us.
Fox News was there 10 minutes before the marshals. And they said, and they come up to me and said, "You can't talk to the news." I said, "Okay." So this is where we're at.
So after, I mean, that was last, I think you definitely helped this case a lot. That was last Tuesday. So I guess after a week,
They had asked him, I think I saw it in the show or another video. I don't remember now. All my shit's running together, but they asked him what the news was doing there. And he said, "I called them." I guess they were a little bit slow for the roll, honey. He called them. Love this guy.
What does it feel like to you, how this ended, I guess?
I just worry about a single cop by himself stopping it. It would not end well. It took a team effort because he had nothing to lose. If one cop pulled him over for a turn signal, a failure to yield or something like that, it wouldn't have been pretty. So, in this way, I'm thankful that nobody got hurt but them.
Exactly. Yeah.
They need to be, because, everybody should be scared of them. But if you see something, say something. This is how we get to here.
And that's definitely what you did. And we thank you so much. Well, we appreciate you, but we will throw it back to you guys in the studio.
A woman who nearly died and testified against Casey White back in 2015 is breaking her silence.
It's a story you'll only find here on Way 31. That is, the woman escaped after Casey White broke into her home in Limestone County back in 2015, armed with 2 guns. She and her family are in hiding right now, fearing he is coming back after her to make good on that threat he made.
Way 31's Matt Kroschel joins us live in the studio this afternoon. Matt, we're not identifying this woman or showing what she looks like now, but you spoke with her on the phone after she moved out of state following this horrible ordeal.
Marie, her message to Vicky White right now, if she's alive, she needs to run, get away from Casey White right now. And this woman understands exactly why law enforcement describes White as armed and extremely dangerous, warning law officers across the country to be very careful because he has nothing to lose.
I can't believe it.
Finding out the man who tried to kill her in Limestone County in 2015, the man she helped to convict and send to prison for 75 years.
Went to court. I testified against him. He got sentenced.
Finding out Casey White escaped and no one knows where he's headed.
Yeah, like I thought I would never have to worry about him ever again.
This is law enforcement video of the arrest of White in 2015. Now, with White on the run, this woman who moved out of state and started a new life is in hiding with her kids and fiance, afraid to even stay in their own home, fearful White will show up to fulfill his threats.
You know, once before come into my home and tried to murder me.
In a twist to this terrifying connection, this woman now works as a correctional officer, motivated to help others after her ordeal in Alabama.
Casey White is very dangerous. He's dangerous to everybody that is around him. And it's a scary situation. It's so scary for everybody involved. And, you know, I don't want anybody else hurt. Nobody needs to have to go through that, ever.
What's your message to Vicky White?
If she's still alive, if she is still alive, which I don't know if she is, because I feel like he has manipulated her and she's disposable to him. If she is still alive, get the hell out. Run as far as you can and turn yourself in and contact somebody. Like, do the right thing before you lose your life or before somebody else does.
This woman didn't find out about Casey White's escape from law enforcement. In fact, she is the one who alerted local authorities and the U.S. Marshal's Office about her situation, asking for protection. They have promised to step up patrols at her local department. Coming up at 5, her ordeal and her current complicated relationship with law enforcement officials tasked with tracking Casey and Vicky White down.
Now that woman is a true hero. She moved to another state. They are protecting her identity, but she really is something. She went and became a corrections officer. And honey, I bet ain't nobody gonna manipulate her. I bet they won't. I don't know if that's the one that he killed her dog or not, but I do know that they're not showing what she looks like today. They're not doing any of that stuff. They are protecting her. Thank God. But thank her too for also calling in, telling her story, not only to the news, but to the marshals and the FBI.
In Alabama for a missing escapee out of Alabama, Casey White, and missing and possibly endangered correction officer
That one,
Vicky
for some
White.
reason,
We're
is
moments
still not
away
playing
from
The
a
Voice.
press
Let me just
conference that's
play
about
it
to get
like this.
underway. Here live from the
4
sheriff's
minutes so
office
y'all can
there in
look.
Alabama, expecting an update of some kind, a $10,000 reward offered for any information leading to the whereabouts of Casey White and Vicky White, said to have no relation, according to officials in Alabama. But the press conference going to be beginning here any moment, 10:30 Central Time, 11:30 Eastern. You might have heard about this story over the weekend. Let's get the update from the sheriff's officials.
Video camera that Friday night, it was like you was at a funeral wake. The employees are just devastated.
The exact number that we have on site and
Escape of a dangerous criminal in Northwest Alabama, that being Casey White. The hair, sometimes some stubble. There he is, clean shaven. A lot of different looks, but and of course, whenever you're dealing with a runaway, you have to deal with the potential of there being a change in appearance. But you can't. Those of you joining us on YouTube Live, and let's say hello to some of the folks joining us on Facebook Live. Nikki Fortuna, Fran Fisher, Donna have tried to hit the road or find a hideout. in, where they have traveled lately. All these questions, these are all now under the scope of this investigation. Cellular companies triangulate their most current positions, and getting, receive the better idea as to where they were located. We don't know when it comes to, it's like a bank robbery, right? There's different levels of bank robberies. There's high scale heists where it's extremely coordinated.
That credit goes to Hey JB. Yeah, I know it didn't have any, if y'all are wondering, I don't know if you heard me or not. That didn't have any voice. For some reason, I don't know why it's still not showing the voice on that one, but it's okay. I got rid of it. And that's okay. But I did want you to see, hell, Casey looks like he's put on more weight. He may even weigh over 300 pounds now than he did when he went in. Hey, Daniel, happy Wednesday. Happy hump day. Happy hump day. Thank you for stopping in. What's up, everyone? He said, hello. Y'all go subscribe to Daniel Berry Sports Highlight. He is all into them sports. Thank you so much for coming in and saying, hey, happy hump day. Happy Wednesday. Hello. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you. We were just talking last night, me and some of my mods, how nice you are. We appreciate you coming in. Thank you so much. You're always so kind. Thank you.
A Quality Inn newly released video shows Vicky White checking out of a hotel 10 days ago before going to her job as a corrections officer as usual. But just hours later, according to authorities, she helped spring a violent felon.
Watch.
Casey White.
Look how far in front of him she
has been
is.
Confounding law enforcement ever since.
I really, had hoped that we would have had him in a couple of 3 days max.
We've learned in the week leading up to the escape, Vicky White went to a Kohl's shopping center and purchased men's clothing. The sheriff says she also visited an adult toy store.
Just confirmed that this was well planned and thought out. I mean, obviously, she bought some clothes for him. The adult store thing, I don't know what that was about.
That timeline setting the stage for an unlikely escape. The 17-year veteran of the sheriff's department assisting a man convicted of violent crimes and accused of capital murder. Their getaway car, an orange Ford Edge, spray painted in just one area, found about an hour south of Nashville, startling neighbors.
Heard a noisy truck, and it sat and idled for the longest time, so I looked out the window a few times and what's going on? I didn't know.
The SUV eventually moved to a towing lot. For a week, valuable time lost as authorities try to track down the pair. White's former attorney Dale Bryant, who was appointed to represent him in several appeals, warns the 6'9" felon is likely off his medication, making him even more dangerous.
Casey is someone who suffers from mental illness. When he is not on his medications, he has a tendency to self-medicate by using methamphetamine.
The rewards leading to their arrest have now been upped to $15,000 for Casey and $10,000 for Vicky, as the U.S. Marshals hope these new photos help them to break the case.
And the car that they used to get away, which authorities say had nothing inside of it, is now headed back to Florence, Alabama, where this all began. As for how these two got out of Tennessee, investigators right now are examining the possibility that Vicky may have had some help from a former inmate or somebody else. Willie, back to you.
Let's hope they track him down to a dangerous guy. Sam, thanks so much.
Full credit here goes to Courier Press. Courier Press.
Hey, we're
full credit here. We're listening to Courier Press. I didn't have it in there. Go sub up to Courier Press.
Straight in? Yeah. Take a right. Oh, he's right here. Right here's good. Right here's good. Right here.
Hey, we need to clear some of this shit out of the way so we can get out of here.
Okay. He is. Oh.
He shot himself.
Davis, you good? You need anything? You need anything?
No, she's good.
Okay.
She's still got it in her hand. I don't know.
Got the gun in her hand?
Yeah, she's got a gun.
All right, watch it.
Hey. Let's go ahead and pop. Let's go ahead and pop this front windshield
She's
here.
got the gun in her hand.
She's still breathing. Okay.
Yes.
Still breathing. Would it be better if we try to pull the vehicle back? Would it be safer? Let the fire guy stabilize.
Need any life, bud?
Yep. Fingers on the trigger.
Where's he? Anybody got a hooligan?
Maybe.
Still no movement.
William 24 on scene. I'm with you. What's your unit call?
You're good. They're transfer back in.
Okay.
Hey, Kurt, you got a Halligan? Yeah. Bring that Halligan. We need. We're gonna start working on this.
Is it a wagon?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. I got glasses. What do you expect?
Okay.
Nobody.
Yeah. Okay. So listen. Break that front.
That's got laminate in it. So it's not going to break. Okay. Yeah. We need to cut that front windshield. Good as 20. Or if we can break this sunroof here, rather get in there. Yeah. Hey, here, let me see. We've got that housing right here. Want to try to break this sunroof here too? Can you pull her out through there? Well, I think we're gonna get the gun. That'd probably be easier in the windshield. Oh, see if it'll open.
Good idea. We got cover?
Yeah.
It's opening. It's opening. Sometimes it's simpler.
So that belonged to the Courier Press. Thank you. Thank you for everybody that allowed me to play their videos. All rights belong to all of their owners. No infringement was meant. Copyright disclaimer, section 107 under the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use and for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. And again, this case is about 3 years old. This happened. It was an inmate, Casey Cole White. He knew what he was doing. She knew what she was doing too, although she's still loved to this day. I mean, there's, you can't help who you love. She had a mother, she had a family, that loved her. Everybody trusted her, her colleagues, her co-workers. But all that matters in this lifetime is that we tell the truth, that we be kind, that we learn by our mistakes, that we do the best that we can. And just maybe, if we tell these stories, just maybe if we go back, just maybe somebody will learn something and these things won't happen again. My channel is not about drama. It's not about awareness. I mean, it is about awareness. It's not about drama. Sometimes people try to make it drama. Well, sometimes you got to speak back. I'm trying to learn from that. I'm trying to learn by that because that is a mistake. So it's not about drama. I want awareness to go out. I want happy people. I want people to be happy. I know a lot of these stories are sad, but some things can't be helped, but some things absolutely can be helped. And if one person hears something or comes back and listens to this, I don't care if they're in law enforcement. I don't care if they're a CO officer. I don't care if they're a damn janitor. I don't care who they are, a school teacher. I don't care if they're an inmate. I don't care who they are. If it helps one person, then I've done my part. That's all that matters to me. And I don't really care what it matters to nobody else. But I do appreciate the ones that do care and the ones that are here and the ones that take their time out of their day or night or whenever to listen to replay and all that. Again, it's about compassion. It's about boundaries. And yes, you can have both. It's about saying things when nobody else will say them. And I try, to do it. I try to do it respectfully and honestly, and sometimes too honest, actually. And I know that. I'm not immune to that. Sometimes I say things that nobody else will say. Sometimes I'm just real raw. Sometimes I'm just blunt, but it's got to be said. In my opinion, it has to be said, but that's me. And that's in my opinion. Sometimes it may sound harsh. It may come off as cruel. It may come out as brutal, but I'm not here for everybody else's feelings. I didn't come here for people's feelings. I didn't know anybody when I come here. Not one soul, not one soul, not one. But I'm passionate, I care, and I'm human, just like you. I hope I believe the same color blood as you. As the last I know, everybody believes red blood. But I have a heart. I believe in accountability. I believe accountability matters. And I believe in victims, you know, and I feel sorry. I believe victims matter. People in general matter. Everybody matters, in my opinion. I thank you all for spending your time with me today. I know these are being long lives. I want to do more of these. I know it feels like now we're putting in full day works. Raymond thought he was going to get away with being off. Nobody, not even Smiley, knew I was going to be doing these hour-long shows. Hours, put the S on the end shows. But I want to do more of them, and I want to continue to do more of them. And I want to bring more out. I want to do it Smiley way. Only Smiley's got Smiley's way. That's just a fact. That is a fact. You can say what you will, but it's me, you know, it's who I am. I thank you for spending your time with me. I thank you for my mods. I thank you for the people that sub. I thank you if you don't sub. I thank you for watching. I thank you for thumbs up. Don't forget to put those thumbs up. It does help push these stories out. I want to grow. 2026 is going to be a good year for us all. It's going to be a good year. I just feel it. It has to be. It is what you make it. It is what you make it. I will play us out. And until we gather here next time, just remember you are important. You matter. You matter to me. But your choices matter. The truth matters. Accountability matters. You know, everybody makes mistakes. Everybody does things that they just do it for whatever reason. It's never too late. And also, if you see something, say something. You know, that's important. That saved a little 11-year-old boy the other day because somebody did save something. But let others hear this story too. Hit that thumbs up. And I hope y'all will join and subscribe and all the things. I'll see you again. I'll see you in the streets, YouTube streets, that is.
She was born and bred in Nashville, but she walks the beaches down in Florida sand. A mother and wife, a daughter, a sister, trying hard to do the best she can. She found her voice with a heavy heart, looking for purpose with trembling hands. And giving this all a new start, moving ahead, speaking for ones who came. And she says, I am who I am, I'll stand my ground. Even when the nights get long and rough, you'll hear my sound. She'll be speaking for the ones unheard, 'cause she's got a caring heart that won't be turned. Her mama fought cancer while she was searching, stories that needed a gentle voice. We saw a summer's name and felt the heart ache and tried to bring light where there was no choice. And when she heard of Sebastian, her sadness rose. She prays for truth through the noise. She'll follow wherever the story goes, seeking their dignity, a child's joy.